Welcome, friends and family, to Costa Rica, where strength meets spirit and the youngest hearts rise against the heaviest steel. Today, the juniors and sub-juniors step forward. Not just to lift the bar, but to lift the limits of what the past dictated. Bar is loaded. Deep breath, a steady gaze, and with every attempt, a story is written. Cheer them on, for every lift is more than weight. It is courage in motion. Now, a chance at history for the next lifter. As they attempt to lift more than any junior has ever done, let's raise our voices, for this is power, this is passion, this is the future. As the final bar returns to the ground, we salute these young warriors of strength. Each lift, a promise, each effort, a victory. Thank you, Costa Rica, for the energy, the spirit, and the pura vida that makes these days unforgettable.
Hello and welcome to the very first day of the 2025 IPF World Classic and Equipped Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. I'm Amelia Potter, joined by Alexander Nordin.
Hello, Amelia. How are we feeling today?
Yeah, feeling very, very good. Very excited to be here in Costa Rica. It's a beautiful country, and of course, the first 3 days of the competition we will have the equip lifting, followed by 9 days of classic. How are you feeling to be here, Alexander?
I'm super happy, super honored to be here for this championship. It is a long one, but it's going to be an insane one. Increasing levels of performance for both the sub-juniors and juniors. Threat at multiple world records. We're in for a good one, Amelia.
Yeah, absolutely. And more days of lifting just means more days of opportunities for records to be broken, as you said. And kicking us off today, we have for you the 53 kilo, 59 kilo, and 66 kilo sub-junior and junior equipped men. Now, interestingly enough, 53 kilo is a weight class that only exists in the juniors. Once you go through to the open, it is 59 kilos and up. And similar to the women's, 43 kilos only exists in the juniors.
Really a development weight class. Not one you want to stay in as you develop.
So, kicking us off today, we have Braden Hollier from the United States of America. A lot of pressure to come out first lifter of the championships, but I'm sure he'll do a good job of it. Bar is loaded to 132.5 kilos.
Just want to get into the swing of things for everyone, the juries, referees, spotters, athletes, coaches, even us, the media team.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I always say first sessions, always a bit like the first pancake that you make. You know, there are bound to be some mistakes, and we can see just a discussion here amongst the referee and the spotters and loaders. I think they're just a little bit confused to the weight they're putting on the bar. But, you know, like I said, first pancake, you're bound to make some mistakes.
So obviously, as it is 132.5, we're expecting not the blues to be on that bar.
I think Braden would be quite surprised to feel that on his back, so hopefully not. But he has got a personal best of 145, so we'll see what that 132 looks like when we get there eventually. He's only been competing a year at 18 years old.
And pretty obviously, you're going to see a lot of personal bests being broken during this event because these youngins develop so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. So whatever PB we see on the screen, often in sub-juniors and the juniors, is bound to change. Here you can see Braden's at 145, and we have at last the bar loaded for Braden. Hopefully that hasn't thrown him off too much. Obviously, as an equipped lifter, you can see knees are strapped up, and you really want to do that as last minute as possible.
Yeah, it must have been tough waiting with the knee wraps on. Depth for sure.
Yeah, it didn't seem to phase him too much. 3 white light is a good lift, and I'd say at least it happened on his opening attempt.
One thing I like is that the commands from the chief referees are loud and clear. It really benefits the lifter.
Yeah, we've often seen lifters in a predicament where they haven't heard the center referee and been in trouble as a result. His teammate Ashton Wright from the United States now, 140 kilos being loaded on the bar. Ashton with a personal best of 152.5.
Bar is loaded. Ashton Wright of the United States of America. Forward and be ready.
Already 4 years competitive experience at the age of 18.
That's quite a lot. He's forecasted to be second in the 53 kilo class, but really just one lift away with his fellow American older.
The weight is very easy. We'll have a look here at what the referees think. Yep, 3 white light is a good lift, and more so than the classic lifters, equipped lifters sometimes do struggle to reach that depth because of the suit that they're in as well as the strap. So you'll often see the coach at the side telling them when they've hit that point.
On the replay, it does seem good enough, and he doesn't seem nervous at all. Very comfortable out there on the platform.
Juan Borbor from Ecuador. We're going to see a much larger constituency of Central and Southern American lifters than we usually would, I imagine, at this championships, which is fantastic. Opening the heaviest of his flight in the 53 kilo lifters with 180 kilos.
That was to be expected.
And it is a good lift, 3 white lights.
And just with that, he has a substantial lead on Wright.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was the highest of the 3, but still within the parameters that you need to get those white lights. So as long as it's no higher than that, I think he's in a great position.
And we are talking about depth. We are referring to the hip crease going below the top part of the knee, which is the case here, just barely by an inch. But you don't get extra points for going lower.
No, absolutely not. It's important to note parallel is not deep enough. It has to be below that parallel point. And just a reminder, we are looking at 3 different weight classes of sub-juniors in this flight. So now we have lifters in the 59 kilo class. Landon Chesney from the United States, opening at 185 kilos, 17 years old. Nice controlled descent.
3 white lights, a good lift, but it took a bit of time for him to receive the squat command because he was a bit leaned forward at the beginning.
Yeah, and even when he did get that command, he's so nice and controlled the whole way through. It's a really lovely squat. I think even if he got that command faster, he would have taken his time because it's quite a heavy walkout. Nikola Nikiforuk from Ukraine, 190 kilos. Again, another lifter with an impressive competitive history, just 17 years old. His 5th year competing and opening 5 kilos below his squat PB. And the favourite to win in the 59 kilo sub-junior class.
Pretty snappy.
Yeah, very, very easy opener. Plenty of room to go, and I think certainly we'll be looking for a new personal best. Now our first of the 66 kilo lifters. We have Ryutaru Yoshioka from Japan. 200 kilos, opening 10 kilos, Alex, above his personal best.
Is that a risky move or is it a sensible opener for the guy?
Let's wait and see. You would hope that your opening attempt is something that you can comfortably do 3 times if needed.
Especially with only 3 lifters in the class. I mean, if you can score an opener in each and every movement, you're guaranteed a medal.
It's a smooth opening attempt.
3 white lights is on the board. It was the first narrow type of squat we've seen it today. And it does seem to be working for him.
Yeah, again, another lifter has full control of the bar the entire time. It certainly helps if and when there is some breakdown.
It was very optimized. You don't want to be any higher up than this, but if you get 3 white lights, you might as well repeat that same exact technique.
Brett Falco from the United States of America on prognosis in the lead in a somewhat comfortable way, but honestly, if he makes a couple of mistakes, his teammate Thompson could catch up. So hopefully this opener of 240 kilos is comfortable, saying that it is 2.5 kilos below that personal best.
And the sticking point appears.
It is a good lift, but you're absolutely right. Let's have a look at that replay because it's certainly the toughest opener we've seen yet.
Right about here, the belt slightly rolls forward. It slows down a lot.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he lost his line or his position. It just looks like it was a bit of a heavy opener, but we'll see how that moves.
It looked like a second to me, or like a case of nerves on that first attempt.
And our final opening attempt of this first flight, we have Joshua Thompson from the United States, 242.5 kilos. Again, another lifter, opening 2.5 kilos below their best. He is in prognosis in a comfortable second, but I'm sure looking to chase Falco should he slip up at all.
Yeah, if this one moves well, he's not to be counted out of the race for the title.
Team America with some slightly difficult openers, I have to say, Alex.
But different techniques, and here the sticking point is way lower. If he gets out of depth, he might be able to get 3 attempts. I think it looks slightly easier than Falco's squat.
Yeah, and you know, it could just be a case of that's how it moves every single time for the both of them. We've got to think that they know themselves and the coaches know them too. But with that, every lifter has a squat on the board, which means they can progress now into their second attempt and add kilos into their second and third. We head now to our first lifter of that second flight, of that second attempt, sorry, Braden Hollier, 137.5 kilos. 5 kilo jump, but important to remember as a 53 kilo lifter is about 10% of your body weight.
Yeah, we're going to see a various range of jump from 5 to 20 kilos.
$20 kilos is a big jump for a lightweight sub-junior.
That was better than his opener.
I 100% agree with you. That was a lovely second attempt.
I think for his opener, his knee wraps must have been on for way too long.
Yeah, we said that when he had to wait a little bit, and clearly it did have an effect.
So maybe they went for a jump that was slower than anticipated, but he must have regained confidence with that one.
Ashton Wright from the United States, also looking to take a 7.5 kilo jump as ball wheel to follow, landing him 5 kilos below his personal best.
A bit of a misunderstanding between the referees and the spotters. Keep in mind that this is only the first flight of this whole championship. Everyone is getting into the swing of things.
And you've got to give credit to Ashton for noticing that. You know, when you're really zoned in and looking just to get that lift done, it can be very easy to not notice that misload. So good on him for telling him to do so. But just like we had with his teammate, having those knee wraps on for a little longer than you anticipated can have an effect.
I think that's why he's rushing to the platform.
It's a nice strong unrack from Ashton.
It looks a bit higher up than what we've seen before. How about the lights? And the first red comes in, however, 2-1, a good lift.
Yeah, and I've got to say that the red from the centre referee is the position we're sat in as well. We'll have a look here from the start. And the jury has overruled, and I can't say I disagree. That was what we saw from the front.
It's definitely higher up than what we've seen before, and it cost him the lift.
Saying that, it was very easy. He has a third attempt to reattempt or to go up should he choose to.
I mean, what would you do if you were in his shoes? I think I might bump up the attempt. Maybe you have 5 kilos?
If he wants to stay ahead, it may be worth retaking. We'll have to see what they choose to do. Juan Bobo now also jumping at 7.5 kilos to 187.5, by far the largest squatter in his weight class. 7.5 kilo personal best, should he make this. Now I've got to say, watching his face during that was extremely tentative, and it looked higher than his opener.
And he gets a blue light, so what could that be for, Amelia?
Well, he was shaking quite a lot. I want to see if that was anything to do with it. Very hard to tell. I was glued onto the depth on the first time round.
I think according to the right-hand side referee, he might have been 2 lengths forward at lockout. But the jury seems to be satisfied with it. No overturn.
Landon Chesney from the United States, jumping 10 kilos to 195 for a 2.5 kilo personal best.
Oh, he looks a bit more amped up than he was before. Big brace. Once again, it took a bit of time for him to receive the command.
And 2-1, a good lift.
1 red card, and the jury has immediately overruled. That squad is ruled a no lift for lack of depth. Let's have a look at the replay, and that hip crease looks high to me.
And I've got to say, we were unsure and did think some of them were walking that line very finely on the openers, and I think once they saw those white lights, perhaps let it go a little higher, and as it gets heavier, the nerves can also impact that.
But the replay was very clear. Keep in mind that we are judging from afar and from the screen, but the referees are way closer than we are.
Mikola Nikiforuk from Ukraine, a 10 kilo jump to 200. A 5 kilo personal best, should he make this.
And I mean, 200 kilos is a great milestone as a sub-junior. especially in the 59s. And it is going up for Mikola. 3 white lights, a good lift. 2 for 2 so far for the Ukrainian.
20 kilos going on the bar for Ryotaro Yoshioka, followed by Falco and Thompson to wrap up round 2.
Even on the replay, it does look pretty fast. He has room for a nice third. Moving on to the 66s with Yotaro Yoshioka from Japan. And he's jumping 20 kilos, Emilia. That's a pretty big jump for a 66 sub-junior. And that would be a 20 kilo personal best.
Yeah, by far the biggest jump we've seen here, and it's not unusual to see Team Japan take these big jumps, and I'm interested to see the first of the competition, how that goes for them.
I mean, jumping 20 kilos is a thing, but jumping 20 kilos above your registered personal best is another thing. The walkout looks slightly harder than before. That's to be expected with 20 more kilos.
And manages to push through. Oh, did he get that rack command? Well, it doesn't matter. He gets called for depth, which I was a little worried about. We'll have a look at that replay, and you can see what I was talking about as well. He starts tipping forward at the top.
It does look slightly high. Managed to meet the cup end while falling forward, but still no depth, no lift, and I think it's going to be a tough one to retake.
Yeah, it looked like it took a lot out of him. Our penultimate second attempt here. Brett Falco from the United States looking to take a 10 kilo jump from his first to his second. Should he pace himself well, in a great position for that overall.
I mean, the Americans going band for band in the squad event.
Yeah, and as we said before, both our openers looked not impossible, but a little more challenging than we might expect. So let's see how the jump moves for them both. And it's nice.
And in terms of technique, it is better. 3 white lights, a good lift. It was slower, but 10 kilos heavier, but technique looked better. The bar did not move on his back, which made it easier for him to be forceful under the bar. So a good lift for him.
252.5 kilos for his teammate Joshua Thompson. 10 kilo jump. Looking to move him back into squat gold ahead of his teammate. Now his opener wasn't super quick, but it was very controlled and it looked very strong.
His sticking point was just right out of depth. How is it going to look for his second attempt?
Much better, wow. Completely different lift there. And it does make me wonder, do you think that their planned jump from first to second maybe originally was a little bigger?
It might have been, but I mean, both Americans corrected their technique, but I'm expecting more of a bigger jump for Thompson.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Thompson walked away with that squat gold. And that concludes our second round of squats. Now starting to see some missed attempts. We'll see how that affects the third round of squats here as we head into it. Just a reminder, we are followed immediately by the 53 kilo, 59 kilo and 66 kilo juniors. 145 kilos for Braden Hollier of the United States, looking to move into squat silver for the time being, ahead of his teammate Ashton Wright. Imagine this isn't where he expected to be, with Ashton's opener being 140, but of course with him missing that second, it gives Hollier that chance to snag a squat medal.
And in the long run, this might be where he covers some ground.
Very good.
Nicely executed. 3 white lights.
Fourth is third attempt, 147.5 for Ashton Wright going on the bar, followed by Borbor and Chesney.
Yeah, that was a lovely third. It started off on the wrong foot with his opener having to stay with the knee wraps for 3 minutes, but he walks out of the squat event with 3 white lights, 9 white lights actually.
Yeah, absolutely, and we know at the very least he'll get squat bronze, but put himself in a position which, like I said, I don't think he thought he'd be in, which is to get that squat silver, and looking to take that back. Ashton right now retaking that 147.5, which he missed on an account of depth on his second attempt, but the weight was very, very comfortable.
Yeah, it looked fairly easy. It just needs to sink it a bit more, make it convincing for all 3 referees. Do not leave it up to the jury.
It's much better. Is it good enough?
Yes, it is. 3 white lights, and therefore squat silver in the 53 sub-juniors. Sometimes it is a tough task to correct technique for a third, but he managed to make it happen, and he walks away with a nice silver medal in the squat event.
And now the athlete in squat gold, he started there, so of course he will end there with a whopping 192.5 5 kilo jump for a 5 kilo personal best. Again, Juan Bobo from Ecuador.
I'm gonna wait for the lights on that one, Amelia.
Yeah, absolutely. It was again very, very strong. He hasn't lost squat gold, but just too high this time round. And he walked the line very carefully on his first 2 attempts in any case.
And nonetheless, he still has almost 100 kilo lead now on forecasted total.
Yeah, something would have to go catastrophically wrong for him not to get that overall gold, but we won't speak too quickly and equip.
That is true.
Landon Chesney now looking to retake 195. Got 185 in his opener, missed that 10 kilo jump on his second, looking to match his personal best here on his third.
Matching a personal best on the biggest stage there is for sub-juniors. It's already a massive achievement.
Yeah, his hips just tip backwards there.
That is going to be a no lift, unfortunately.
Just not sure. It's a difficult situation. I think we'll just have to see the spotters reload entirely there. But we can see here, out of the hole, tips back and just isn't there, unfortunately.
And the thing is, I think he tried to stay with the bar, as he should, but he couldn't.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in, and walks away with that 185 nonetheless. Spotter's just looking to reload the bar here. Did a good job of that back spotter zerchering that bar.
Because keep in mind that if a lifter is just too dangerous and he intentionally drops the bar on the spotters, he can be disqualified.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to be the case here.
No, I don't think that was necessarily anybody's fault. I think it was quite an awkward situation, the way the bar fell. But in any case, reloading the bar here for Nikola Nikifruk from Ukraine, 202.5. Now with a 47.5 kilo lead on prognosis, a gap that I think is just too large now for Chesney to close in the 59s.
So already guaranteed squad gold. Is he going to be able to collect another personal best in the squad event? Looks like the answer is yes. How about the lights? They're all white. It's a new personal best for the Ukrainian.
220 kilos going on the bar for Ryotaro Yoshioka, followed by Falco
Yeah, a really nice
Thompson.
squat session
Then
for him. Very technical lifter and utilized absolutely everything he could have.
And the thing is, he knew it was an event, so he did not empty the tank on that third attempt. Saved some gas for the rest of the competition. It is his to lose at this point.
And the bar is loaded.
Now we have Ryotaro Yoshika from Japan, 220 kilos. He made a huge 20 kilo jump from his first to his second and just didn't make it on his second. He stood it up, but it's going to be a big effort to fight through that again. Let's see if he can do it.
He'll need to be strong enough and well balanced at lockout if he manages to lock it out. But first, present the bar, then sink it at the bottom, make it count. Stay in control.
Well, manages to stand it up again, which is an impressive feat, but unfortunately a call for depth and another blue there,
Yeah.
which caught him out on that second.
Look at the knees at lockout. I don't think they were locked out. And here it does look a bit high, unfortunately. Two technical errors made by Ryotaro. So 1 for 3 in the squad event for the Japanese.
A 5 kilo jump now for Brett Falco from the United States, 255 kilos, looking for a new personal best and to move into squat gold for the time being, with Thompson to follow.
Wow, what a battle for that third attempt.
And 3 white lights, a good lift, moves into squat gold for the time being, but Thompson there looking to take that from him.
And I think you were right. They had to strategize around that tough opener, but now they are making a bigger jump from the second to the third than what they've done from the first to the second.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, you can see here a 10 kilo jump from that first to second, a 12.5 kilo jump from that second to third. And you know what? In this situation, I can absolutely agree with that. The second was easier than the opener by far.
And if the squad advance is where he shines, he wants to utilize it to cover some ground, because for now, he's forecasted to be second in the class. But he's not far off.
Very strong unrack there from Thompson. Oh, and that is a lovely third attempt. Look at that. Beautiful squat.
And great attempt selection from the American team here.
Let's have a look at that again. Just honestly a nice squat to look at. Very well executed, and of course now walks away with that squat gold. And that concludes the first flight of lifters. We can see here those walking away in squat gold. Bor from the 53s, Nick Faruk from the 59s, and Thompson in the 66s. We move now through to the juniors, where we will see the same weight classes compete for squats.
Yep, same exact weight classes for 53s, 59s, and 66s, but in the juniors, only 1 53, 5 59s, and 6 66s in the juniors.
Yeah, in the case when you're alone in a weight class, it's really where you want to see, surprisingly, some sensible decisions, because you're not really fighting against anybody but yourself and your own decisions. If you mess up and you get disqualified, you're really missing a chance of 3 gold medals.
And the bar is loaded.
And the first one to open on home soil is Carlos Alberto Duran Sanchez, only opening with 80 kilos. Something must have happened. He's walking on the platform unequipped, only opening with 80. Hopefully it didn't happen in the warm-up room.
Yeah, and it isn't uncommon to see some lifters in equipped open raw and then put gear on, but that just seems a little too light for that case.
Still 3 white lights. He's on the board. He's going to be able to compete.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes you do see equipped lifters making sure they make that sensible decision, getting an opener in, putting their gear on, and then making that jump. Sometimes it works successfully, sometimes it doesn't, but I'm not sure if that's the case here.
Judging by subtotal, I'm not sure, but we'll see if a ticket comes in for the second attempt. But for now, next out is Kirtan from India, opening with 150. Bar is loaded. Kirtan the only 53. It is his to lose. So hopefully this one's a sensible opener. Very upright squat. The slight dip, typical of equipped lifting at the bottom. 3 white lights is on the board.
200 kilos going on the bar for John Sierra of the United States, followed by Tom and Hiraro.
And that type of squat takes a toll on your lumbar spine, a lot of extension. Next out is John Silvera from the United States, 19 years old, opening with 200 kilos.
Bar is loaded.
It's the first 59 to open.
So far, a big showing from Team USA in the equipped portion of the competition. Nice, strong opener there. And the way he squats, he actually doesn't end up moving the bar a whole long way. 3 white lights.
205 kilos going on the bar for
Yeah, very
Paul
wide
Wang
stance,
of Chinese Taipei,
plus the heels, makes that almost a sumo
followed by
squat.
Himaro
Yeah.
and Caledonia.
Next out, opening with 205 is Bo Yuan Pan from Chinese Taipei.
The bar is loaded.
Now, I'm not sure if this is a technique they'll adopt this year, but what I've seen from Chinese Taipei in the past is a relatively or a very conservative opener, and then an extremely large jump onto their second. We'll see if they apply that here to their juniors as well.
It didn't work for the Japanese in the sub-juniors. Could it work for the Chinese Taipei in the juniors?
From the difference that I've seen is that Chinese Taipei openers have been extremely comfortable instead of a normalish looking opener. So we'll see if that's the case here.
It seems normal-ish to me.
It's very comfortable for sure. 3 white lights, a good lift. I'll be interested to see where they go on their second.
Himaro of Ecuador, followed by Caledonia and
To be fair, I would not be adding more than 12.5 onto that squat because it tipped back to his heels at the top here. And that could be difficult with more weight. Now walking up to the platform is Abel Chimaro from Ecuador, also opening with 205. Oh, that is tough for an opener, Emilia.
Yeah, that is a really difficult looking opener and gets pinched for depth, which means if that doesn't get overturned, which we'll have a look at the replay here, the second is going to be tough to get on the board, Alex.
Can you make a case for that squat?
I don't think personally I could. It looked high from here to me.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not sure it's gonna pass.
And
Discussion still happening at the jury table, but
yeah, I mean, when one juror is sat completely back, I think you know that it's probably going to stay the same.
bars now loaded for Nicholas Caledonia from the United States of America. Slowly walking up to the platform, calm and poised for 215. Pretty comfortable walkout. Can you extend the knees? Yes. And he received the squat command.
Pretty picture perfect opener there, Nicholas.
3 white lights, he's on the board.
It's interesting, he got in that starting position pretty quickly, but still a bit of a delayed start command for him. But if we look at that again, a lovely opener. Keeps position perfectly.
The bar is loaded.
And looking to match this opener is Fabiana Artavia Ortiz from Costa Rica, 215. A real threat for the podium in the 59 kilo class. That would be a great achievement here on OMSOL in San Jose, Costa Rica. He kicks off his competition in the best way possible, a smooth 3 white light squat opener.
Yeah, and great to see already 2 Costa Rican athletes here on home soil. It'll be interesting to see for the first time in a long time that Europeans have had to make quite the journey to a World Championships and how that affects them.
The bar is loaded.
Moving on to the 66s with Antoni Chuquitarco from Ecuador, 232.5. Some self-hype here, love it.
That's a lovely opener there for Anthony.
3 white lights, he's on the board.
240 kilos going on the bar.
I thought it would be easy for a bit, but he's just slow to walk out.
Yeah, as it gets a little heavier, we will sometimes see the coaches lift their athletes off of the platform, especially when the walkway is a little bit longer.
Next out from the USA is Brady Price, 240 kilos.
Brady Price.
The bar has been announced loaded by our speaker, Razem Ivan.
It's not too unusual to see an equipped lifter out late if their wraps haven't been successfully done, or maybe the first time they were wrapped, it wasn't to the lifter's liking.
You have a whole minute to receive the squat command once the chief referee has announced that the bar is loaded. And he's pretty efficient with his walkout. Bit shaky on the way down, but very fast on the way up for Brady Price. 3 white lights is on the board.
Yeah, it's a very smooth opening attempt. And I'd like to extend my thanks to one of the American coaches this morning who asked, what day would I be competing? And I said, I'm not that young, I'm afraid.
But you look jacked, I mean, I would have asked. With a massive personal best of 150 in the bench press, Amelia Potter.
That would be something.
Next out is Chaitanya Pandekar from India, 245. Another very wide squat. Makes it difficult sometimes to judge depth. So here is a 2-to-1 good lift, but one right card from the right side referee.
Yeah, let's have a look at that again in the replay. This side being the side he gets that white from. So some lifters do have a case of hips not being completely parallel.
That one is tough to judge to me. If it was like this, it would have stayed, but if it was the other way around, 2 reds, 1 white, I'm not sure I would have overturned it to a good lift. Now Dmytro Butenko from Ukraine, 265, the second to last opener. Slow and efficient walkout.
Very, very comfortable opener for Dmytro.
That is 3 white lights.
Oh, he's on today. 3 white lights.
1 lift remaining. 290 kilos going on the bar.
We have one last opener, Amelia, for this first fight of the whole championship. And what an opener it is for Modem Vamsi from India. 290 kilos.
Wow, and with a personal best, according to the information we have, of 330 kilos, which is 15 kilos above the world junior record in the 66s. So perhaps he'll take a shot of that today.
290 kilos.
And that opener is going to tell us a lot as to what's to be expected out of Modem Vamsi.
Yeah, like I said, the world junior record at 315, his personal best at 330, and the world open record 326.
Not sure he's good for a world record today.
And
What
based on
could have
that, I'm not sure if he's good for a lift.
What could have happened easier? Is it a case of a weight cut? The travel was hard, jet lagged?
India is a long way away. He weighed in at 64.65, so you wouldn't think it was anything to do with the cut. He's a fair way below the weight class, but what do you think of that?
But maybe that's what's going wrong. Maybe he's way too light.
Yeah. Maybe he trains at a much heavier body weight. There's a lot that could go into this, but as of the end of the opening attempts, Alex, 2 lifters don't have their openers on the board.
Yeah, we're missing Chimaro in the 59s and Vamsi in the 66s. I mean, with a PB squat of 330, you're not expecting him to miss 290 in any condition. Second round starting now with Carlos Alberto Duran Sanchez. He's jumping 20 kilos from 80 to 100. We're still not sure what's happening with Carlos Alberto, but hopefully he's in good spirits.
Well, it's a lovely lift. I imagine he can do more if perhaps his body felt right. I'm wondering if that's the issue. In any case, 2 for 2 so far.
I mean, still, 80 kilos is better than missing your opener.
Yeah, it's absolutely true.
Moving on to the only 53, Kirtan from India jumping 15 kilos. That makes it 165 his second attempt.
And the bar is loaded.
Once again, the exact same squat, very knee biased, very upright. But this time it was not deep enough for the Indian.
Yeah, let's have a look at that again in the replay. We're trying to look for the hip crease to dip below the knees, and it looks all right to me, I've got to say, but it's very easy for me to say that in this seat.
But the thing is, when the hip crease area is all dark on the singlet, it makes it pretty hard to judge. The referees are very close to the lifters on the platform. We fully trust them with their judgment. So now moving on to Abel Chimaro from Ecuador. He's retaking 205 after missing it during the first round. He's one of the two lifters we are missing on the board. The only 59 yet to have an attempt.
And I've got to say, I'm still a little bit worried, but I'm hoping to be wrong.
Fortunately, you're not. 2-1, no lift.
I've got to say, it's a slightly easier fix than Vamsi has in the 66s, but it's tough to change your technique on game day.
It is. And sometimes it's just because the wraps are too tight, but what if you untie them a little and then you don't feel strong enough for the lift? You'll get one other shot in the third round, but that's about it. Now moving on to Boyan Pan from Chinese Taipei, jumping 10 kilos, that makes it 215. And as we've mentioned, his opener was very comfortable. He should be good for it, but he gained confidence with that opener. He's moving fast, he's moving well. 3 white lights.
Yeah, and I think, again, another lifter who maybe had some nerves on that opening attempt, because that moved as well, if not a little bit better than that opener as well.
Keep in mind, these lifters are very young, from 18 to 23 on the biggest platform, opening like 10 hours away from their home without people they know in the crowd. It is very different than a local meet, and they're still performing to the best of their abilities. Now John Silvera from the USA, jumping 15 kilos from 200 to 215. Let's see that white squat once again. Good enough, 3 white lights. And what would you load onto that for a third, Amelia?
It's really quite hard to tell with equip sometimes. You know, they want to bank as many kilos as possible. I think between the 5 and 7.5 range is probably a smart place to go.
Yeah, I would be comfortable with 5. Now his fellow American Nicholas Caledonia, jumping 10 kilos. The 4 red plates and the collars. Still very poised, very focused on the task at hand for him. Great technique once again. Had to wait a bit because he struggles to extend the knees to present the bar, but 3 white lights it is.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, the technique that he has and how well he keeps it really favours him as it gets a little bit harder and a little bit heavier, and I'm sure we'll see that when the grind kicks in on that 3rd attempt.
And following the same strategy as Caledonia is Octavio Ortiz Fabian from Costa Rica from 215 to 225. This one could already be important for Fabian in the race for the podium in the 59 kilo class. It's not going to go up. Great catch by the spotters. No lift for the Costa Rican.
Yeah, and they did a really good job there of really waiting until they knew he wasn't going to push through that grind. You know, we've seen mistakes sometimes, and it does happen where the spotters are trying to keep the lifters safe and they grab it a bit too early, but I think they waited till the right moment there.
Yeah, and if they grab it before the command of the chief referee, the lifter and the coach can go up to the jury and ask for another attempt. So great patience out of the spotters. Spotters fully equipped by one of the biggest sponsors of the IPF, SBD, Strength, Belief and Determination. Huge thanks to SBD. You can find him here at the SBD booth. Now moving on to Antoni Chuquitarco from Ecuador, jumping 10 kilos. That makes it 242.5, his 2nd attempt. And the equipped dip at the bottom, it works for him. 3 white lights, convincing enough.
Yeah, still looking fairly comfortable for him. A similar waddle off the platform there we saw before.
Imagine whatever music you want with that walkout. It'll look cool. And the next lifter out is Brady Price from the USA, jumping 10 kilos, 250 loaded for him.
With 3 lifters still to follow for the time being, moves him into squat silver on the 2nd round of squats. That's a lovely 2nd attempt from Brady.
How about the lights? They're all white. It is good. A good lift for Brady. And some nice room for a 3rd attempt. We'll be competing for a medal in the squat event for sure. Next out, jumping to 255, is Chantanya Pandekar from India.
It's a very shaky walkout, but hopefully he can steady himself once he gets there. And he does.
Has he dipped enough here at the bottom, Amelia? To the one, a good lift.
And a great example of you can't judge a book by its cover. You can't judge that walkout, how it's going to move by that walkout, because completely different. Night and day between the two of them.
The jury seems to be happy with that attempt. He'll stay on the board. So 2 more attempts to go in the second round. Next lifter out is Dmytro Butenko from Ukraine. He had a lovely opener, 265, is jumping to 277.5. And if he manages that attempt, the only one that could compete for squat gold in the class would be Vamsi, but we've seen him in trouble. Great control on the way down.
Yeah, and
Wow.
Team Ukraine are really well known for their incredible equipped lifters.
He's looking very strong, and he might be looking at beating the odds here of the nominations. He's slowly climbing the rankings.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when one of the front runners is in a sticky predicament.
Bars now loaded for the athlete in trouble, Modem Vamsi from India, retaking 290.
Now, according to the information we have, 320 is his personal best, but 290 looked well above his capabilities on his opener, and I'm hoping it was something he can change, but I've got to say, based on that opening attempt, I'm not sure it is.
I don't think he changed suits, he didn't change knee wraps, or maybe he adjusted them a bit more, changed the buckle on his belt. I don't know what could have went wrong, but it does look heavy on his back now.
Wow, and it does change.
But it looked higher up to me. How about the lights? 2-1, he's on the board.
Wow, and
Wow, I would not have expected that, but miracles tend to happen on the equip side of powerlifting.
I'm happy to eat my words in this circumstance.
And the jury seem to be happy with that squat.
What a turnaround.
So Butenko won't be able to fight for squat gold, and Vamsi is on the board.
Like I said, based off that opener, I didn't have much hope, but I am always more than happy to be proven wrong, and what an incredible comeback for Vamsi.
Equipped miracles, Amelia. Moving on to the third round of squat with the Costa Rican Carlos Alberto. Back-to-back 20-kilo jumps, that makes it 120.
Yeah, I imagine still well below his top end of his teammate, of course, still without a squat on the board, Chimaro.
Still very snappy. And proper technique, just not what he was expecting. Hopefully he can compete to the best of his abilities in the bench press event. Next lifter out is Kirtan from India, 170. He's jumping 5 kilos after missing his second attempt for lack of depth.
Yeah, it's a much easier fix, and sometimes in equipped, the little bit extra weight does help you get down to that depth point. We'll see if that's the case here for Kirthan.
And it's pretty common to hear coaches tell the lifters when they are deep enough on the equipped side of powerlifting. So maybe he'll get that intake from his coach now on this lift to ensure he gets his third attempt. And that's exactly what happened. No troubles and 3 white lights.
Yeah, a great example of keeping your head screwed on after making a mistake and just correcting what needs to be corrected. Not as easy as it sounds.
Now, Amelia, fingers crossed, because we are going to witness a pivotal attempt. Abel Chimaro from Ecuador. Retaking 205 once again. He missed it twice for lack of depth.
Yeah, like I said, it is a mistake that can be corrected a little easier than others, but still a lot to change on the day, a big mental task.
And it's nice to hear all of the nations cheering on our lifter from Ecuador. He needs that attempt to stay on the board, stay in the competition. Vamos, Chimaro, vamos. Sink it.
And it's definitely the best yet, but is it deep enough?
Might have done it. 3 white lights, he's on the board. And once again, equipped miracles.
And that is great to see, just on the brink of disqualification to come back to life.
Next out is Mr. Silvera from the USA, jumping 5 kilos from 215 to 220.
Yeah, about the jump that we expected here for Silvera.
Not quite a squat medal, but not far off. That will be 4th for the time being. I think you mentioned that this would have been a jump you would expect from 5 to maybe 7.5 maximum.
5 looks like it was the right number.
Yeah, it was right on the money. 3 white lights and 3 for 3 for Mr. Silvera in the squat events.
222.5 for ball 1 run.
Next out is Boomerang Pan from Chinese Taipei, 222.5. It's a 7.5 kilo jump. And that would be provisional bronze medal. Let's see it. That second one was very snappy. He looked very comfortable under the bar. Wow, okay. That was very fast for a third. 3 white lights.
Yeah, excellent job there.
And he gets a medal in the squat event.
Yeah, that pushed him into silver, and so knocking off Silvera from that squat podium.
Of Costa Rica. This is for a squad gold provisionally and at least silver.
Now walking up to the platform is un costarricense, Artivia Ortiz, 227.5. After missing 225, is it greedy or is it the right move for a squat medal?
Yeah, it's very close on prognosis overall between himself and Pan, so I think just trying to collect as many kilos as possible.
He was very close to locking out 225. What can he do with 2.5 more on the bar? It is too heavy. Thank you, spotters. Noted.
Yeah, just a bit too much, like you said, perhaps a little greedy there, but I can see exactly why they did it. And again, a great timed catch from spotters, gave him every opportunity to fight through that.
One final squat for the 59 kilo class, and then we'll have 5 squat in the 66s. Spotters just quickly brushing off the chalk off of the bar to get the bar ready for Nicholas Caledonia to 32.5. He already has squat gold in the class, but he's looking to cover some ground to fight with Silvera for gold overall in the long run.
Wow! No, it's a great fight, but just a little too much for Nicholas, unfortunately.
He almost grinded it out.
Yeah, and he kept the position the whole time, as we said he would from the first and the second. But just lost it at that top point.
So still he walks away with squat gold in the class, but the gap might be bigger than anticipated with his fellow Americans in the race for the title.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a tight class in the 59s. If we have a look here at the prognosis with Silvera in the lead, but just 10 kilos behind with that miss. We have Caledonia just 15 kilos behind him. We have Pan, and we see people miss all the time in equipped and in classic, so it's anybody's game at this point. And he is okay, just a lot of pressure in that suit, walks off the platform.
Now we have 5 more squats to go, all of them in the 66 kilo class. However, squat goal is already decided. No one will try and steal it from Vamsi from India. But the podium yet to be determined, and every attempt will matter in the race for the title in a tight 66 kilo class in the juniors.
Yeah, absolutely. And equipped is so exciting for that reason, because the prognosis really doesn't tell you much until those final deadlifts.
Bars now loaded for Antoni Chuquitarco from Ecuador. Back-to-back 10 kilo jump. 252.5 is his final attempt.
It's a lovely third attempt there from Anthony.
He maintained technique all throughout his attempts, however this one was not deep enough. According to all 3 referees, so the jury cannot intervene. No lift.
Yeah, cannot be contested. And I think just north of where he would want to be, really, just borderline. So tough, but that is the name of the game. And the risk you run when you squat so close to that point.
And still playing in the game for a squat medal is Brady Price from the USA. 260, a 10 kilo jump. That will give him provisional squat bronze. With Chantinia Pandekar to follow. it seems reasonable. It's within his ballpark.
Yeah, really hyped himself up for this one. Manages to stand it up, and it looked good. 2-1 it is.
Let's have a quick peek at the jury. Not much discussions going on after looking at the replay. They seem to be pretty satisfied with the lifts. So provisional squat bronze. But looking to immediately retake it is Chintanya Pandekar from India. Also jumping 10 kilos, but from 255 to 265. So that is guaranteed squat bronze. The fight for squat bronze. And unfortunately it is too heavy. So it is Brady Price that walks away with squat bronze in the 66 kilo class.
Yeah, and they picked that number really, really well for Price. Just a little bit overzealous there for Pandekar.
Now the two biggest squatters of the 66 kilo class, Dmitro Butenko from Ukraine and Modern Vasi from India, the last two squat of this first flight.
Now, quite contrasting athletes. Dimitro very consistent through his first and second attempt, and we saw a much less consistent Vamsi with his 290 miss and then coming back from his second.
I mean, hopefully Vamsi will make me bite my tongue, but I would not be coming out for that last attempt if I were in his shoes. But for now, let's focus on Dmitro Butenko. He's jumping 7.5. 285, a massive squat for a 66 junior lifter. Very cautious with his walkout. He's staying in control, but is it deep enough?
That's my concern, but the red light that we got is the exact angle we're at. We're kind of at the front right angle, so we can see here in the replay from the better side. I don't know. It's very borderline.
It could go either way. I'm gonna be honest, it could go either way. They're still discussing it.
And they seem to be in a disagreement, so it looks like it'll stand.
Yeah, because with a 3-man jury, in that case, they'll need to be unanimous to overturn the lift. And so the last and final squat belongs to Modern Vamsi from India. He already has guaranteed squat gold in the class with a massive 290.
And I hope this just doesn't tire him out too much for the rest of the day, because that opening attempt already would have taken a lot of energy, let alone having to retake it. Now to add 10 kilos onto that, what do you think, Alex?
That was exactly my concern. If I were in his shoes, I would have saved some gas. He has some strong lifters right behind him, looking at the title. Price, Butenko, Pandekar. So I would be looking at my mirrors and said, I'm gonna save some gas for that one. I guess maybe not.
Very, very strange that each time it's looked a little bit better.
Once again, a red card from the right-hand side referee.
Let's have a look at that again in the replay.
He dips, but does it deep enough? The jury seems to think yes, because one of them is already on his feet. So Vamsi will walk away with 300 kilos and squat gold in the 66s. In the 53s, the only lifter collected 2 attempts, so he walks away with squat gold, and Mr. Caledonia walks with squat gold in the 59 kilo class. We'll be back in about 9 minutes for some bench press action. See you then.
Hello and welcome back to the 2025 IPF World Equipped Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. We rejoin you here for the Sub-Junior 53, 59 and 66 kilo men in the first flight, followed by the Junior 53, 59 and 66 kilos. We head into the bench press attempt. See the running order as it stands here, with openers ranging from 82.5 kilos to 165.
And that's quite the range of openers, but with 3 weight classes, maybe in and out of the equipment depending on the lifters, that is to be expected.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not uncommon to see an equipped lifter open raw and then put their equipment on for their second or even third attempt at times, as equipped bench can be tumultuous. Kicking us off from the United States, we have Ashton Wright with 82.5 kilos, opening 5 kilos above his personal best.
And the bar is loaded for Ashton Wright at 82.5 kilos.
So you can see here that Ashton is wearing a bench shirt. If a lifter is not benching equipped, you'll see them in just a normal t-shirt, but if that happens, we'll try to point it out so you can see the difference.
It doesn't look like a very steep bench shirt, it's just nice, a soft katana and 3 white lights, solid opener, and he seems to be happy with that one since it's a versatile best in competition.
Yeah, I imagine as the day goes on and as the week goes on, we'll see some much tighter and stiffer bench shirts. His teammate now in the same weight class, Braden Hollier from the United States, 85 kilos, also opening above his, he's just below his personal best, 92.5.
Chief referees doesn't seem to be happy with the rack. Now he is.
A lot of the sub-juniors fairly new to the sport with just 1 year of competitive experience.
And mastering the bench shirt is a tough task. It takes a lot of time to perfect this craft of the equipped bench press. So many technical fouls that can be signaled, but here 3 white lights, a good lift.
90 kilos going on bar for Ryotaro Yoshioka, followed by Bogo and Chesney.
We now have Ryotaro Yoshioka from Japan. In his squat, took a fairly large leap from his opener to his second, and he's opening 30 kilos below his bench press personal best, so wondering if that would be the case. He is opening raw without a bench shirt on with 90 kilos, so could be an athlete who puts that shirt on in between attempts, or in some cases we do see athletes hit particular movements completely raw.
I mean, judging by his PB of 120, I would not be surprised if he goes equipped for his second attempt.
And that is a good lift, 3 white lights, and a lot of lifters choose to do this just to get that bench on the board before taking, which arguably is the riskiest of the 3 equipped lifts, equipped bench.
Yeah, I think he might have done that because he could be one of the lifters that struggle with elbow depth. He was borderline on the right side, so I'm looking forward to seeing how it looks with the bench shirt on, especially with the elbows a bit more tucked in. Could be dangerous.
Juan Bobo from Ecuador, we have 100 kilos in the bar, 10 kilos above his personal best. Interested to see how this moves. Juan is in a bench shirt.
It's almost twice his body weight.
No issues with elbow depth there.
Great control all the way through. 3 white lights.
102.5 going on the bar for Landon Chesney, followed by Thompson and Boo. And the bar is loaded.
Landon Chesney from the United States now 102.5 kilos for his opening attempt, 7.5 kilos below his personal best. And the bar is loaded. Here he comes. Still 40 seconds to get that command. Just talking to that spotter and how he would like that handout given. Opting to wear a belt here, often used and equipped to help keep the bench shirt down and also to brace into.
Yeah, it's a much thinner belt than what you've seen in the squat events. Wow. Great use of the elasticity of the bench shirt.
That is a good lift, 3 white lights. Have a look at that again in the replay. And yet a lot of power off the chest, which means when it comes to it, if it gets a little heavier, we can see that slight slowdown where that will come and it will be a breakdown. But right now, still very, very comfortable as you would expect. Joshua Thompson, who walked away with squat gold in the 66s, opening with 137.5. Personal best of 145 kilos.
Huge arch compensate for his long arms.
And it is a good lift, 3 white lights, and did really well to keep the bar from tipping back as the angle that he was pushing at was very towards his head.
Followed by Falco and Wright.
Yeah, especially on the right side. Great recovery.
Yeah, you see that a lot and the bar just ends up tipping back into the rack, but very impressive that he managed to keep that still in his hands.
The bar is loaded.
Mikola Nikifuruk from Ukraine, 140 kilos, opening 2.5 below his personal best.
Just flexing on his pictures, wearing all his medals. I don't know if you've noticed. You'll see later in the second round he's wearing like 8 medals around his neck.
Very nice opening attempt there for Mikola. 3 white lights, a good lift.
You can really see with that bench press where the benchers comes less useful. At lockout, he really slows down.
Yeah, like we were saying before, it's a lot of power right here and then it slows down just about where your elbows are to straighten. And our heaviest opener of this flight, Brett Falco from the United States, 165 kilos in the 66 kilo class. The world sub-junior record at 188 by the looks of it.
And you can see that he has mastered a much stiffer bench shirt because his shoulders are much more pulled forward than the other lifters.
Yeah, and you can tell by the tension as the bar goes down. A little wobbly on his lower half there, but a lovely opener nonetheless. 3 white light is a good lift. Let's have a look at that again on the replay. Little wobble in his lower half. Very strong.
And by the looks of it, it should be safe in gold medal position in the bench press in the class with that 165.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see if anybody overtook him there, especially being that that was only his first attempt. And heading into the second round of bench press, all 8 lifters with their opening attempts in on the board. Now I can push that bench a little bit further. Ashton Wright jumping 5 kilos to 87.5. Moves him into bench silver for the time being, with Hollier to follow. Five kilos may seem like a small jump, but it's all very relative to age and weight.
Great control during the eccentric. But unfortunately, the bar tips backwards. No lift. All right.
Yeah, it tipped backwards into the left a little bit, it seemed, and I think as an equipped bencher, you have to be okay with the fact it could go one way or another.
And as you said, like, it was more than 6% increase on his previous attempt, and that is a lot.
Braden Hollier now from the United States, 92.5 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump, looking to match his personal best.
The same exact scenario.
Yeah, just loses position, bar tips towards his face. A good catch from the spotters, and that is why you give your correct safeties in to the spotting loading team, why they're called face savers.
To prevent the guillotine.
But like I said, you know, it's very there or not with equipped benching. It's definitely the most difficult technical lift out of the 3.
And remember, this first group of the flight is only sub-junior lifters. Like, you don't expect a 17-year-old to have mastered the bench press shirt the same way a 26-year-old would have.
Juan Borbor, 110 kilos for Ecuador here, a 10 kilo jump and a 10 kilo personal best on his bench press PB. Very nice. A slight slowdown towards the end there, but a very good second attempt. A new personal best. I think he's probably looking to PB squat, bench, deadlift, and total today based on how he is versus his prognosis and his nomination.
Discussions going on the platform in between referees and coaches.
Landon Chesney from the United States jumping 10 kilos to 112.5. Looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best here. Ooh, a sticking point there. I'm wondering if the bar managed to stay still. No, unfortunately, blue light from all 3 referees, which means there must have been some dipping of the bar. We'll have a look for that here in the replay. The bar can stop, but it cannot move down, and it does right there.
Yeah, you can clearly see at midway point the bar dip down, so no lift.
Yeah, unfortunately the 3 lifters who have missed their second attempts, all Team USA, so hoping that their following 2 athletes can fix that pattern. And as expected with Ryota Yoshioka from Japan, now in a shirt, jumping 40 kilos, which I know seems a little bit crazy, but going from raw to equipped will have a big difference. Let's see if it is indeed a 40 kilo difference, as this is still 10 kilos above his personal best.
Yeah, the row opener, and this time it is an equipped opener for him. He's taking his time to properly set up, just like in the squat event. In the bench press, you have 1 whole minute to receive the start command. I'm gonna take a close look at that right elbow in terms of depth. From afar, it looks tough to judge, but anyway, that attempt won't go up.
Yeah, let's have a look at that again in the replay. It just seems like he couldn't lock that left elbow out in any case. You can see here, got held for a while and therefore I think lost a little bit of power and tension.
But keep in mind that it is the task of the athlete to present well, and if you are borderline in terms of elbow depth, obviously you're going to have a longer pause to be judged in the best way possible, and the ref is going to have a look at that, try and be precise with his judgment. If it was clear to see, the pause would have been shorter.
Yeah, I don't think they are paused longer for elbow depth or not reaching elbow depth. I think that's determined after the fact, but I think in any case it was just him perhaps jumping a little too much from first to second. 145 kilos now for Joshua Thompson from the United States.
What happened there?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think
He can reset.
yeah, he's looking to reset here. He's got 15 seconds to get that command.
What happened?
Yeah, I think the referees might have made a mistake there because the juries are saying to the referees that there wasn't any command. And so there's a discussion between the two of them now. And I imagine if the jury is correct and it's not at the fault of the lifter, which we're not sure what happened, it means he'll get a reattempt at that in 4 lifters' time. So you can see here the jury, yep, they're giving him another shot at that same attempt. But now the question is that too short of a time between this missed attempt, his new attempt, and then what will be his actual 3rd attempt? We'll have to wait and see the decision Team USA make. And there are all the medals that you spoke about for Mikola in his profile photo as he moves up 7.5 kilos to 147.5. And it looks like Thompson's no lift has been scrapped from the board, and he's been put at the end of this 2nd round, which is just in 2 lifters' time. So I imagine he'll be given a few minutes where he should complete the lift within that time. But we'll talk about that when we get there. For now, Mikola, 147.5.
Smooth enough, but I think he might have re-racked early.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it was a conscious effort to re-rack. I think it was just tipping back, like we said, happened to previous lifters before. And he was held by the spotter for a while with the bar in his hand. I'm not sure if the athlete was expecting the spotter to take more weight than he was.
Yeah, I think he had to give a handoff twice to the lifter. The first one was not good enough.
In any case, we move forward now to our final 2 second attempts. One, Falco, who would have been the final second attempt if not the mistake with Thompson's original second. So the heaviest second attempt for Brett Falco, 175. And can he be the first American lifter in this flight to have a successful second attempt? I hope so.
I mean, should this one move well, we could be looking at another jump that would almost close out on the world record. Nice control on the way down. A bit less wobbly on the way up. Convincing enough. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, it looked very sturdy, and Falco's having a great day so far today and really putting himself in a good position for that lead, especially now with Thompson having that shaky situation in his second. Certainly closes the gap a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see whether he comes out for this now. He is retaking the 145, and he is.
Yeah.
So it's going to take a lot more energy than it would have otherwise, but let's see if what went wrong with the referees can be fixed this time round. It's a match personal best.
I think it's the right move to come out because he will get about 6 minutes of rest in between this one and his third. That would be his fourth, really, but it's enough.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I've certainly seen circumstances where it hasn't been worth it, and they have taken it, and circumstances it hasn't been worth it, and they have not.
He's good for it.
Yeah, and that certainly looks how a second should, and it is a good lift.
Now I can imagine he loads something like 152, so that would give him 7 minutes of rest. It's enough.
Yeah, and it's not like he had to grind through that second. Originally, I think, there's just some confusion, so didn't actually waste too much energy there. But he's on the board with that, and as we head into the third round, although everybody has an opener in, a much more troubling second round of benches. Let's see if we can see some corrections made here as we move into the third and final round. Bench for these sub-juniors, followed immediately by the junior lifters. Ashton Wright from the United States looking to retake 87.5 to move from bench press bronze, which is guaranteed, into silver ahead of Hollier for the time being.
You'll need more of a vertical press movement than last time around to complete that attempt.
It's very, very slow and controlled. Oh, worlds different there. Much better pressing point.
A bouncy walkout.
Plenty of energy left for deadlifts, it seems. Yeah, his left side didn't collapse whatsoever because he had a lot more control over the bar. And moves into bench press silver for the time being, but looking to respond, we have Braden Hollier again looking to retake 92.5 kilos to move back into bench press silver. Gold already secured by Borbor. This would also be a match personal best should Braden make this. So a lot going on this lift. Unfortunately not, which leaves him with a bronze bench press medal with Wright in silver, and that would have hurt him a little bit as well if he was looking to chase Wright in the overall as well.
Yeah, he's quite far back now.
Moving on now to Landon Chesney from the United States, another lifter who wasn't able to get that second attempt in, retaking 112.5. Can he get it this time round for a 2.5 kilo personal best? Can't take bench gold from Mikola, but can add another 10 kilos onto his total should he make this.
Yeah, this one's for personal glory because the position are pretty well set in the 59 sub-junior kilo class.
Yeah, and that looked a lot better for Landon. 3 white lights, a good lift, and gets that on his third and final attempt. And this is what I mean with equipped bench. The lift can look like a complete fail on one attempt and can look like an opener on the second.
And I mean, for these youngsters, the ability to adapt is one you're looking to develop, and he showed just that. So props to him.
Already with a significant lead, over 100 kilos in prognosis of the other 53s. Juan Borbor from Ecuador, 115 kilos, a 5 kilo jump from his second. Already has squat and bench gold secured.
That was quite a long press. I don't know if the lifter struggled to touch his chest. It was difficult to tell from afar.
Yeah, and luckily, you know, he has that wiggle room really to make a couple of misses and he won't be caught. Not that he'll want to, but he came off with a smile knowing that he's still in a pretty safe position. Looking to retake the second attempt. Ryotaru Yoshioka, 130 kilos, opened raw with 90 kilos, jumped 40 with a shirt on, and unfortunately could not complete the lift. This is 10 kilos above his personal best. And like I said, with a quit bench, it really can look completely different from lift to lift. So let's see if that's something he can achieve here on his third and final attempt and add 40 kilos to his total. It's not a small amount.
It looks different, but is it good enough?
And 2-1, a good lift. We'll have a look at that side angle because usually that is for lifting of the glutes, but wow, what a turnaround that was.
Oh, I think it's a right pickup from the left-hand side referee.
And that's so tough because he came back and he really executed everything else very well, but it's been overruled by the jury as we expected with that lifting.
So I mean, in that case, it was the sensible decision to open raw.
Yeah, absolutely, and a big learning curve. Now we have 3 lifters remaining before heading through to the junior flight. Mikola Nikikvaruk from Ukraine, retaking 147.5. Already pretty uncatchable in the 59s, but looking to add an extra 7.5 kilos to that total. And that is a lovely third attempt, far better than that second. Gets it on the board, and it is a good lift and a new personal best.
So half of the lifters that missed their second attempt have corrected the matter and succeeded in the third round.
And the bar is loaded.
$150 kilos now for Joshua Thompson from the United States. Already bench silver solidly secured. won't push him into gold, but puts him in a really strong position to put the pressure onto Falco overall, especially with the bigger deadlift of the two.
Come on, keep pushing. Can he lock it out? That right side doesn't want to go up. No lift.
Fortunately, that is going to be a no lift. One final bench press remaining before we move on with the juniors. 180 kilos on the bar for Brad Falco of the United
One
States.
final bench press.
Yes, indeed. Before we head through to the juniors, we have Brett Falco, who's really been performing very well today so far. Looking for 180 kilos, bench gold more than secured after getting squat silver. Looking for that gold overall, so these extra 5 kilos will be integral, especially as Thompson, as I said, has a slightly bigger deadlift. The gap between them right now, with Thompson missing that, is 20 kilos, but I'm sure he's going to want to keep it at that with this 180. It will be a new personal best. And that is lovely. So well executed from Falco, and a good lift.
Once again, great technique. I'm sure he might be slightly disappointed not taking a shot at the world record, especially because next year he'll be a junior, not a sub-junior anymore. But still, 180, he walks away with the gold medal and somewhat of a comfortable lead in the 66 kilo class.
Yeah, I was going to say that quite comfortably keeps Thompson off his back, unless something is to go pretty wrong in deadlift. So exciting to see the conclusion of that as we head into the juniors now.
Yeah, a 12 athletes group. Squat was eventful to say the least, especially in the 66s with the Indian Vamsi missing his opener, then getting squat gold. Another attempt onto that with 300 kilos as a 66. He's now well in the lead, at least on forecasted total in the 66 kilo class. And the first one to open with 90 kilos is Kirtan from India, and will go as far up as 172.5 for our last opener with Brady Price. Smooth.
Yeah, very comfortable opener there, and it's good lift, 3 white lights.
112.5 going on the bar for Carlos Alberto Duran Sanchez of Costa Rica.
I think for him it was one of the softer bench press shirts, but I mean, only utilize what you know how to utilize and get the best out of it.
Yeah, before I saw the replay there, I was wondering if it was equipped or classic that he was benching, because it was quite soft, but as it zoomed in you can see that it was a bench shirt.
The bar is loaded.
Now the bar is loaded for the Costa Rican Carlos Alberto Duran Sanchez, opening with 112.5. Looks like he's unequipped.
Yeah, similar to his squat. By the looks of things, you know, opening pretty light on squats and benching classic. It looks like he's going to try and fight for a deadlift medal is what he's come here for. But already opening 12.5 kilos above his personal best with this. But like we saw before, we've seen some athletes come out raw for their opening attempt and then change.
Is that the first sink of the day? I think it is.
3 white lights and a successful first attempt.
3 white lights, and as Ivan said in the room, a successful first attempt. Next lifter out is John Silvera from the USA. He squatted 220. He's opening on 122.5 in the bench press event. That's only 5 kilos shy of his personal best of 127.5. A quick brush off the bar to optimize grip, and the bar is loaded.
And the bar is loaded.
Bench press is really one of those movements when you want to utilize that 1 minute to set up and explain how you would love your end off to be. Especially on the equip side, it is a key aspect of the movement. Very white lights, a good lift, but I would not have been surprised to see a yellow on that one, because as he received the start command, his heels went up in the air, he moved his feet and set them up again.
Yeah, like you said, the important part there is the heels. You can move your feet as long as your feet stay planted on the ground. Don't really want to because you want that leg drive.
Next lifter out, as you can see on your screen, is Modern Vamsi, opening with 130 kilos. And if you haven't seen it, he squatted 300 kilos just a few minutes ago after missing 290 his opener.
Yeah, and the miss on his opener did look like a strength issue, but he did come back and prove us wrong twice, and we're hoping for a little smoother restart for him here on bench press.
But the mental strength on this guy.
Seems like he has changed his opener. I'm wondering if it was down. He's got a personal best of 150, and maybe they just wanted to secure that opening attempt, as he's got a pretty strong lead in the competition so far.
Smooth enough.
Yeah, looked very comfortable.
3 white lights is on the board. Different storylines here in the bench press event.
Yeah, and maybe they just learnt from the squat, and it's good to be able to adapt on the day as a result. It's very smart to do so.
Yeah, it is not only the athlete's task to adapt, it is also the coaching staff's task. Now bar is loaded for Bo Yuan Pan from Chinese Taipei, 132.5. 6 years of competitive experience, opening 7.5 kilos shy of his PB. I mean, he's all dripped out from the feet to the singlet, everything, looking like Captain Chinese Taipei here. A bit segmented on the way down, do you reckon?
Yeah, perhaps just adjusting to how his shirt feels on the day. It's a good lift, but again, it could just be a case of finding that touching point, as a lot of equip lifters do when the bench shirt is a little tighter.
And the bar is loaded.
Now, back into the 59s, we go with Nicholas Caledonia from the USA, 135.
With a personal best of 150, this should be a comfortable opener for him, as it seems like he's in his shirt. And that looks good. 3 white lights, a good lift, and you can't get much more American than that singlet, can you? Got the flag and the eagle.
I mean, he's here to represent.
Yeah, of course.
But lovely soft touch and a very smooth opener. Same weight on the bar for Chaitanya Pandekar from India. with just about the same wiggle room to his personal best of 142.5. Another lovely soft touch. Back-to-back display of great technique from the youngsters. 3 white lights, a good lift.
140 kilos going on the right for Abel Chimaro of Ecuador, followed by
Yeah, and with that soft touch, they're rewarded with a quick press
And the bar
command, and
is
it certainly does
loaded.
help keeping that weight off of your chest for as long as possible.
Another 59, Abel Chimaro from Ecuador, 140 kilos. That would be a match personal best. He's had troubles in the squat events, only scoring 1 attempt, his final one. We're hoping for a different outcome here in the bench press event.
Very patient down to the chest there, and snappy on the way up. Good way to make your current bench press PB move.
It almost slid back to his throat during the pause, but he managed to maintain the bar enough to receive the press command. Another lifter from Ecuador, but this time in the 66s. Anthony Choquitarco, 142.5. Great setup at the arch.
Very, very snappy on the way up there.
3 white lights, he's on the board. It took a bit of time for him to lower the right elbow.
Yeah, I was a little worried he lost a bit of tension during that descent here on the left side, but he still managed to control it the entire time.
3 more openers to go. We've got 145, 152.5 and 172.5 lined up for us. The first one being Fabian Artilla Ortiz from Costa Rica. That would be a 15 kilo personal best.
Wow, what a way to start off if that does happen. It should do. You know, your opening attempt should be something that's fairly comfortable for you. And if this goes well, it's only up from here.
I mean, he only went 1 for 3 in the squat events. Thus, his story repeats itself during the bench press event.
And I'm worried he might have jumped the command there.
Well, at least he met it perfectly. No, he jumped it. No lift.
And the temptation with a weight like that is to get it off your chest as soon as possible, but you have to wait for that command. The worst case scenario, the spotters are there for exactly that reason.
It can be an indicator that it does not feel very confident and comfortable here at the bottom.
The bar is loaded.
Bar is now loaded for Dmitry Butenko from Ukraine, 152.5. He's the most experienced lifter we have here in this flight. 8 years of competitive experience. Started the sport as a youngster, 14 years old.
Very impressive opening attempt there from Dimitro, but unfortunately, I think he might have just skipped the command as well.
So back-to-back easily avoidable mistakes made on the platform, but that's pretty usual with the sub-juniors and juniors. It's just experience in the making. Now the last one to open is Brady Price from the USA, 172.5. The Americans really shining in the bench press event in this first flight of the championship.
Loaded at 172.5 for Brady Price.
.30 more seconds to set up. That should be plenty of time.
Yeah, just needs to get that command from the center referee before the clock runs down.
The first command, the start one. The press. Ooh, a bit iffy at lockout. But 3 white lights it is, but maybe a bit more difficult than anticipated.
Yeah, I think just struggle to get that touching point on the way down, and therefore had to hold it at that high tension position a little longer than he'd want to.
But keep in mind that with the equipped bench press, sometimes it is more difficult to touch the chest than it is to push the bar up. And the attempt could get easier with more weights on the bar. Bar is now loaded to kick us off the second round with Kirtan from India, a 15 kilo jump, 105 being loaded. That's like a 15% increase on this last attempt. That's pretty unheard of. But he manages it, no problems for him. Still waiting on the right hand side referee. 3 white lights, a good lift, so 2 for 2 so far for the Indian in the bench press event.
Yeah, in the second round we have only 2 athletes really in a difficult predicament. The Costa Rican in the 59s and the Ukrainian in the 66s.
In the previous group, we've seen half of it missing their second attempt. What can we expect out of the juniors? They're a bit more experienced, slightly stronger. Let's see. 117.5 now for Carlos Duran Sanchez from Costa Rica. That would be a 5 kilo personal best. And he's still going unequipped. Still sinking, but this time it's not going to go up.
Yeah, and still, like his opening attempt, still competing without a shirt or bench shirt on.
Let's have a look at the replay. You can see like the leg drive isn't well timed. The transition from the legs to the bar does not happen correctly, so he's unable to lock out the attempt. No lift. Next out is John Severa from the USA. He's aiming at a 2.5 kilo personal best with that 7.5 kilo jump, 130 loaded.
This be a 2.5 kilo personal best, and so maybe a bit more challenging as we'd expect.
Showing again to the spotter where he would like his end off to be. A lot of wrist bending on the way down, and he loses control. No lift.
Yeah, just starts tipping towards his face there, and it's just such a hard position to get yourself out of once you're there. You can see as he pushes up and back, it just goes towards his head and tries to save himself, but just a little too difficult from that point.
Yeah, I think he had too much wrist flexion to stay in control at that bar. Bar is now loaded for Bo Yuan Pan from Chinese Taipei, jumping 7.5 to match his personal best of 104 kilos.
Very careful with the setup there, getting his ribcage nice and high, his shoulders on the bench. Very technical lifter. Wow.
Very snappy. 3 white lights, a good lift, and there's plenty more where that came from.
Yeah, absolutely. Very snappy second. It definitely could have been somebody's opener. But with how tumultuous the quick bench is, you don't want to take that risk.
Same weight for Madan Fassi in the 66s, the Indian jumping 10 kilos. Spotters adjusting the right height so that Madan Vamsi can walk onto the platform for a second attempt. That would be provisional bench bronze in the 66 kilo class. A reasonable second attempt for Madan. 3 white lights.
Yeah, it looks about how you'd expect a second to move, and certainly a less stressful bench session for him than he had in the squats.
Now we are increasing the weight by 2.5 kilos for his fellow Indian Chaitanya Pendekar. That would also be a match personal best. Great control once again from Chaitanya.
Yeah, really rewards him as he keeps the control on the descent and all the way up as well. 3 white lights.
Followed by Caledonia and Arcavia.
Lovely soft touch, not letting the shirt get the best of him. He stays in control, and he has more in the tank for a third attempt. Now the bar is loaded, 145 for Abel Chimaro from Ecuador. A 5 kilo jump for that same amount of a personal best.
Very, very slow and controlled here.
A bit tough at lockout, but he's having a better bench press event than his squat event, that is for sure. 2-1, a good lift. However, a yellow light from the right hand side referee. What could that be for, Emilia?
Well, usually from the side would indicate any lifting, so the glutes, the head, the heels of the feet. But it seems like the jury are pretty happy with that.
Now the American Nicholas Caledonia jumping 10 kilos, that makes it 145 for his second attempt.
Getting very close to his personal best of 150 kilos. Moves him into bench press gold for the time being, with just one other lifter in his weight class to follow on second attempts. Wow.
Yeah, snappy once again. He's very much in contention for bench gold in the 59 kilo class.
Yeah, you know what? I would be happy with another 10 kilo jump there if he wanted it.
Could a linear strategy be the move for Mr. Caledonia?
The bar is loaded.
Bar is now loaded for Fabian Artivia Ortiz from Costa Rica, jumping 5 kilos after missing 145 because he kind of met the command. If he wants to play that game, he'll need to time it a bit better because now the referees are going to pay close attention to it. He was patient enough, however, not strong enough to manage the attempt. He might be in danger. 2 attempts missed so far in the bench press event. I cannot imagine what bombing out on home soil would feel like.
Let's hope we don't have to find out, but it's definitely going to be a difficult comeback for the Costa Rican lifter.
3 more attempts to go in the second round of bench press of the juniors, 53s, 59s and 66s. We have Dmytro Butenko from Ukraine retaking 152.5 after missing it in the first round. That should be good enough, right? 3 white lights, he's on the board. One of the podium contenders secures an attempt. Now the question is, do you try and cover the ground that you've missed by retaking your opener, or do you play it safe?
I think in equipped especially, it's important to, especially on bench, ensure you get a bench on the board especially when it can go one way or another. In Classic, it's a little bit more reliable and an easier guess to make, but I think it's smart to retake here and ensure you get that bench in and try and chase a little bit during deadlifts.
10 kilo jump for Antonio Tuquitarco from Ecuador, 152.5. He's looking solid, very solid in the bench press event. 3 white lights, 2 for 2. I think he should be good for 160 maybe.
177.2 kilograms for 5 kilograms on the bar. For Brady Price, followed by Kirtan and Juan Sanchez.
And the lifter to close out the second round of bench press is from the USA, Brady Price. 5 kilo jump, 177.5.
Brady really competing very well today, and the only thing that really separated him and Vampsy overall is that big squat that Vampsy had. Gave him 40 kilos on top of him. Separated 30 kilos on prognosis. Price makes up some ground in bench press, and again loses a little bit in deadlift, so we'll see how the next few lifts go for him.
Three white lights in 2 for 2 in the bench press event for Brady.
112.5 kilos on the bar.
It doesn't look to be a close battle for bench press gold in the 66s, but it could very much be the case in the 59 kilo class, because we have Caledonia, Pan and Chimaro all three battling for bench press gold. Obviously Kirtan, the only 53 is well secured.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these third attempts play out, particularly with Octavio Ortiz without a bench on the board yet.
Third attempt starting now with Kirtan, the Indian, opting to go for 112.5. It's going to be tough to lock it out. It was quite a long press command and a no lift for Kirtan. Just don't think strength was there on the day.
Yeah, and you know, you're most expecting to see that on those third attempts. They're really trying to push their limit here.
We've got Carlos Alberto Duran Sanchez from Costa Rica retaking 117.5. He matches PV of 120.5 on his opener. He's looking to bump it by 5 kilos.
Yeah, and from memory, the only lifter not in a bench shirt this flight in the juniors, and so missing it on strength in the second is something much harder to come back from, because it's a lot more obvious that it is strength without a shirt on.
Let's see if he can time his sync properly this time.
Wow.
The sync was better, but did the bar deep at the bottom? No, it didn't. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, and that's very, very impressive to do. Like I said, it's much easier, arguably, to come back from a missed lift in equipped, because it's easier to tell what went wrong. But technique change here seemed to do him a lot of good.
And it was properly refereed. 3 white lights, well deserved. Now moving on to John Silvera from the USA. Also retaking his second attempt, 130 kilos. It was a 7.5 kilo jump from the first to the second. He missed it. So he's retaking it for a 2.5 kilo personal best. Less wrist bending went a long way for him. 3 white lights, he gets his new personal best.
Yeah, great effort there from Silvera. Have a look at that again in the replay. Like you said, managed to keep his wrists a little stiffer this time around.
The bar is loaded.
Bar is now loaded for Modem Vamsi from India. Opting for a 5 kilo jump, 5 kilos below his personal best in the bench press event. Taking the conservative route after an eventful squat event. He's just trying to extend the lead and walk out the bench press event with at least 30 kilos on his opposition. And right on the money, I think it was the right choice by the Indian team. 3 white lights, a good lift. Yeah, on the right side, it would have been tough with 2.5 more on the bar.
Bar is loaded.
Now loaded for Bo Yuan Pan from Chinese Taipei, 147.5. 7.5 kilo jump for that same amount of a personal best. That is a massive improvement.
Yeah, absolutely. And that second attempt really was quite nice. I'm hoping 7.5 kilos doesn't throw him off too much here. Moves him into bench press gold for the time being, with 3 lifters from his weight class still to follow.
And as you've mentioned, he's been so technically sound in the bench press. So if he can maintain technique once again, it should be doable. Judging by that third, he had way more. 3 white lights, a good lift. Give him 3 more attempts.
Yeah, really, really nice. And plenty of energy heading into that deadlift event in a little while's time.
I mean, hopefully being conservative in the bench press don't cost him his place on the podium in the 59 kilo class. Because right now he's forecasted in 3rd position, but being chased by the Costa Rican. So everything can happen in the deadlift event.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the Costa Rican lifter still needing to secure that total.
Chaitanya Pandekar from India, 147.5, a 5 kilo jump for a 5 kilo personal best. Let's see that lovely soft touch once again. Great arch.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's just a little too heavy, but technique didn't break down whatsoever.
Yeah, 100% a case of strength, that last attempt.
And really, if you are going to fail lift at the World Championships, you'd rather it was on strength than on anything else, because you know you push yourself to the limit.
2 lifters to follow. And the bar is loaded.
Abel Chimaro from Ecuador, jumping 5 kilos, 150 loaded for his 3rd attempt. That would also be a new personal best of 5 kilos.
A nice number to be able to say you can bench 150 kilos, and as a junior as well.
And if I'm correct, his belt is open.
That looks like it.
I don't remember it being the case for his previous attempt, but we might have missed it.
Unfortunately, too much.
I think that was both a case of strength and technique, so no lift.
That really needs to get his third attempt in to stay in the competition.
Now a pivotal attempt, Emilia.
Yeah, we mentioned it a couple of times before on home soil as well. He really needs to get this, otherwise he'll get disqualified from the competition and cannot post a total.
Even members of the media team are cheering him on. Seeing a Costa Rican bomb out in the bench press event would be an awful sight here during the first flight of this championship. Vamos, Fabian. Let's see it. 150. It is doable. Come on. No lift. The Costa Rican is out of the competition.
Yeah, and he was a contender for podium as well. It's really, really tough to see. And again, you can see here another reason we have those safeties set to the right height. Really unfortunate to see him out of the competition. He can continue to deadlift. He just cannot place or post a total.
Yeah, he might be able to grab a medal in the deadlift event, but he won't be registering a total in the competition. That's tough. That is really tough. And now you ask yourself whether or not it was a right move to bump up the attempt after missing, going from 145 to 150, not scoring an attempt. Terrible.
Yeah, and like we said before, you know, especially with equipped, it's worth retaking just to get a bench on the board.
Now Nicholas Caledonia, going from 152.5. He's already secured bench silver. That would be guaranteed bench gold in the 59 kilo class. It would be a 2.5 kilo personal best, but his 145 second attempt looked very comfortable. It should be within his ballpark, but we've seen crazy thing happen already in this first flight. Stay in control, push. Wow.
Still so comfortable.
Impressive. 3 white lights and bench press gold for Caledonia. You mentioned you would have been comfortable with a 10 kilo jump. He just put in what he needed for bench press gold and he collected it.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the Costa Rican lifter out now, he is a strong lead for the overall. Although, would he want those extra couple kilos when it comes down to it? Because Silveira, his teammate, is not so close, not so far behind him.
Absolutely.
Separated currently in prognosis only on body weight, with Caledonia the lighter of the two lifters.
We're going to witness a deadlift battle for the title in the 59 kilo class. For now, we have 3 more bench presses to go. 162.5 for Dmitro Butenko, jumping 10 kilos after retaking his opener of 152.5. His personal best 160, so that might be a case of trying to cover some ground, jumping 10 kilos to collect a new personal best. Wow, that
Very
was
solid.
the right decision. To the one, a good lift. Might see a sine angle to see what led to that yellow light. Was it the glutes lifting off the bench? I'm not sure. It is difficult to see from that angle, but the left hand side referee had a better angle than this to judge. But if the lift stands, he's only 10 kilos shy of the podium in the 66 kilo class.
And it looks like it will as well.
Now moving on to Antoni Chuquitarco from Ecuador. 162.5 is to try and retake bench press as silver because he's lighter on body weight than Butenko.
a while to get that press command, but did not bother him whatsoever.
3 white lights, and now guaranteed bench press silver.
Yeah, and you get the press command when the center referee is happy that the bar is stationary in the chest, so it just was moving around a little bit before he got that command.
And to close out the flight, we've got Brady Price, the American, going from 180. It's only a 2.5 kilo jump.
And the bar is
I mean,
loaded.
it is reasonable. I think he's just trying to collect kilos to solidify his provisional second position in the class, right behind Vamsi and above Pendekar. Let's see it. Last bench press of this first flight of the championship. Brady Price, 180.
That is a monumental fight from Brady. Can he finish it off? No, unfortunately, just not there.
Just not enough. That is gonna be
So he only loses out on 2.5. He walks away with 177.5 and the gold medal in the bench press event of the 66 kilo class. Gold medalist of the 59 is Caledonia, and Captain walks away with bench press gold for the 53s. We'll be back in about 9 minutes time for some deadlift action and the ending of both the sub-juniors and juniors 53, 59s and 66s. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the 2025 IPF World Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. We have the Sub-Junior 53, 59 and 66 kilos in the first flight, followed by the juniors of those weight classes in the second. And here we can see the running order for you. Just had a peek at the subtotals as well. And opening attempts ranging from 147.5 to 232.5. Probably the most common movement in equip to be taken a raw without a deadlift suit on. So I'm sure we'll see a mix of them.
And as you said, we've had a quick glance at subtotals, but everything's looking pretty well set up, except if someone misses the openers. But other than that, positions seem to be pretty clear.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we saw Braden Hollier from the United States, 147.5 and a successful opening attempt. Important to note as well, if they have made a squat and a bench attempt, getting a successful deadlift attempt means they secure their total, they are safe and can then build from there. So Braden has just done that successfully. Ashton Wright from the United States, 160 kilos. Opening 15 kilos below his personal best.
Realistically, one jump away.
Yeah, 15 kilos does seem a little extreme for a 53 kilos of junior, but we'll see based on how this moves. I'll never say never. That's very comfortable. He leaps off the platform.
He's been very energetic all day.
Oh, not sure the jury can overrule before they see.
So it's going to be a good lift, and nonetheless, whatever you think, it's going to be a good lift.
Jury says, I don't care what you say, I say it's good. But I think it's just a mistake on their part. It is a good lift. Mikola Nikvikaruk now from Ukraine.
Looking to add more medals onto this next year picture, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. He seems to have quite a few already, but by the looks of things, looking to pick up a few more golds from this championship so far in the group of two in the 59s as squat and bench gold. And it looks like he's shaping up for a deadlift and total gold as well. 170 on the bar for him.
Yeah, he could walk away with a heavy neck of this competition. He already has squat gold, bench gold. He's looking towards gold overall. Might not be able to secure deadlift gold with Chesney opening 12.5 kilos heavier than him.
3 white lights, a good lift for Nikiforuk.
Still pretty comfortable opener. 3 white lights. He secures his total.
Followed by Boror and Chesney. And the bar is loaded.
Ryotaru Yoshioka from Japan, opening 170 kilos. Should be nice and comfortable for him, 15 kilos below his personal best. Oh, a little trouble at lockout there. He tips forward, struggles to lock it out, and it's going to be a no lift as a result of that. Let's have a look at that again in the replay, Alex.
Those toes to plate sumo are the most difficult to balance, and this is exactly what happens here at lockout. Once the bar touches the quads, he's unable to lock it out. He wobbles and loses balance. No lift.
Ecuadorian lifter Juan Bobo now 180 kilos for his opening attempt, 5 kilos below his personal best. The bar is loaded. Looking to secure his total here. And with that, the gold medal overall with his opening attempt. And 3 white lies, a good lift, manages to do so.
182.5 going on the bar for Landon Chesney, followed by Falco and Thompson.
Landon Chesney for the United States, coming out for 182.5 kilos, 12.5 kilos below his personal best, looking to secure his total and that silver medal overall behind the Ukrainian lifter in the 59s.
By the looks of it, he's way too far for gold overall, but he might be able to steal a gold from Nikiforuk.
Yeah, absolutely looking to fight for that deadlift gold here. Let's see how this moves. It's very comfortable.
And that opener is over the second attempt of Nikiforuk from Ukraine. So he's in a pretty good position to at least secure 1 gold.
Brett Falco from the United States, 227.5 kilos. Again, another lifter who is likely to secure that overall gold with that opening attempt. But we won't count anybody out yet. Very solid.
Great bar proximity all throughout the lift.
Our final owner, 232.5 for Joshua Thompson. Will be followed by Collier and Wright.
Joshua Thompson from the United States now, the only person that really could chase Falco, but it's still a pretty hefty gap to fill. Has a personal best of 250, opening now on 232.5.
It looks like the coach has asked to push the bar for his lifter, and the chief referee is not happy with the bar positioning on the platform. Everything's to be adjusted before saying that the bar is loaded.
232.5 for Joshua Thompson.
Very over-exaggerated lockout position there, and to show the referees he's completed the lift, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
But the thing is, with that kind of lockout, it gets dangerous, because if it locks out the second just slightly less, it will look bad in the eyes of the referees.
Yeah, it is very easy to pull back too far on the top half and let your hips get out of position, or your knees. But that concludes the opening attempts, all bar Yoshioka getting that deadlift in. So we head through to the second round. Hopefully he can secure that total on this second round, as everybody else looks to bump it up heading into that third attempt. 167.5 kilos of Braden Hollier taking a huge 20 kilo jump. Now this is monumental for a 53 kilo sub junior to take, and it'll be a 10 kilo personal best should he make it as well.
And the thing is, he's lighter on body weight than Borbor, so he might...
Bar is loaded.
No, he's too far for a deadlift silver. But still, I mean, it's a huge jump for him.
Wow, and it looks very, very comfortable.
Yeah, just maybe a tiny battle at lockout, but he has more in the tank.
Yeah, and depending on how Wright's second attempt goes, he may not be too far from a silver, as their second attempts are only 2.5 kilo difference. Of course, the jumps are very, very different between the two.
Yeah, and Wright might have the advantage of pulling afterwards, and he's lighter on body weight. But it's the last storyline we have in the 53 kilo class.
Ashton Wright from the United States, 170 to move him back into deadlift silver. Now, it'll be interesting to see how comfortable he can make this, as I'm sure he's going to want to have that deadlift silver over Hollier. He is lighter than him and has the advantage of pulling second. And it's still very, very comfortable.
He's not giving up his silver medal easily.
And overall, on prognosis, only separated 2.5 kilos, so going to be fighting for that overall silver as well between the two of them now. Now looking to secure his total, Ryotaro Yoshioka from Japan, retaking 170, which feels like the sensible decision to me. Secure that total.
I fully agree. Don't get yourself even more nervous by missing the second attempt. Secure this one, balance it out, and then you increase.
That looks better to me, and it is 3 white lights, a good lift, secures his bronze overall and his total.
But there's not much room onto that one because the lockout is still very difficult. He opens his ribcage to make it a bit more convincing, but for the hips, it was borderline.
Nikola Nikvikruk, Ukraine, dumping 10 kilos to 180. So a 10 kilo jump and a 5 kilo personal best. Should he make this? Already a significant lead and gold in everything else. The only thing he'll be struggling to get gold in by the looks of things will be deadlift. So wants to make this look convincing.
Great technique. The way he verticalizes himself is great. I mean, great display of technique and strength.
Four deadlifts remaining in the second round here before heading through to the third and final round of deadlifts. Up next we have Landon Chesney from the United States, jumping 15 kilos to 197.5, and should he make this, he might secure that gold in deadlift, especially if he's to make it look convincing. It's a 2.5 kilo personal best for him. Chasing that 200 kilo milestone, I'm sure.
didn't meet the command. Oh, I mean, that opens the door for Niki Farouk, the gold medal reaper.
Yeah, for sure. He is definitely now a threat for 4 gold medals and collecting the Queen Sweep. Yeah, and that's exactly what you were talking about before, about that overextended lockout, loses balance there, and, you know, he could be in a position to retake, and I think that's smart considering what Team Ukraine have put on the bar. Of course, that's subject to changes. The deadlift third attempt can be changed twice. We'll have to see how that pans out. We head now to Juan Bobo, 200 kilos, a 20 kilo jump for the Ecuadorian lifter to 200, a huge 15 kilo personal best should he make this, and what a milestone.
He's improved everywhere. He created a great chunk of his total in the squat event. He held his own during the rest of the competition, but that one is glued to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, a 20 kilo jump as a 53 kilo lifter is just so much.
And those white sumos are tough to read sometimes because the sticking point is really here at the bottom. And you can be RPE 7, you at 5 kilos, it doesn't even move.
Left to change the openers for the second group.
And our penultimate second attempt, we have Brett Falco, 237.5 kilos being loaded on the bar, a 10 kilo jump, and this will move him back into deadlift gold for the time being, with Thompson to follow, who really is a big threat now. Thompson slowly closing the gap. Brett wants to make this look convincing. A little bit of a shake on the way up, but it is a good lift. 3 white lights.
252.5 going on the bar for Joshua Thompson. The final second attempt. Before we move to round 3, we're going to start with Hollier and Wright.
But now, if Joshua Thompson's to make his second attempt, Falco and Thompson only separated by 10 kilos heading into the third and final attempt, with separated in body weight by 0.03. It is very, very close. This is a 20 kilo jump for Joshua Thompson. 252.5 kilos to pull him into deadlift gold, and within reaching distance of his teammate Falco overall.
Falco has body weight advantage. Thompson could pull very much after him. Everything is doable in the 66 sub-junior class. How about that 252? Give us a storyline, come on!
And it just seems a little bit too much, and
I think that seals the deal.
yeah, it's going to be hard to reattempt that weight, let alone 10 kilos on top of the gap that is going to only build from Falco's third attempt. So he really would have needed that to put the pressure on. And 20 kilos is a lot to miss out on that total. And heading into that third and final round of deadlifts here, we can see the results as they stand. Widespread of deadlifts, and here are the totals currently across all 3 weight classes. It seems the gold medal is pretty much set amongst every weight class here.
Yeah, with Thompson missing, I think all 3 leaders are pretty well established. It would be a Hail Mary for Thompson to attempt to overreach Falco now.
Yeah, and we head into the third round. The bar will be cleaned in between each attempt, so slightly slower flight than we would have seen otherwise, except Bobo from Ecuador has X'd out his final attempt. That 20 kilos just too much, and I think aware of the fact. So slightly shorter flight of 7. Already we've seen 2 changes in those final attempts coming from Wright and Chesney. Up first, Braden Hollier from the United States, 177.5 to move into silver overall and on deadlift, with Wright to follow. But yeah, just a little bit too much for him.
And that's going to be a no lift for Braden Hollier. The placing in the 53s will
disappointed, but he competed on the biggest stage at 18 years old. He walks away with multiple bronze medals. Nothing to be ashamed of.
3 attempts left to change the openers for the next group. 3 attempts left.
Bobo has X'd out his last attempt. So one last deadlift in the 53s.
Ashton right now has opted for a 20 kilo jump. He's already secured that silver and he's looking to take a gold in deadlift if he's able to do this. He jumped 10 kilos from his opener to his second and now looking for a 20 kilo jump from his second to third. We saw Borbo struggle with that 20 kilo jump. Let's see if Wright can make it work for him. This would give him a 20 kilo total PB. No, unfortunately not. It's just a little bit too much for Wright today, but leaves in good spirits.
Stays on the bar for Nikola Nikiforov of Ukraine. This is to take the deadlift going to the 59s provisionally.
This is what tends to happen at the end of the day. You gas out, you attempt a new personal best after 8 difficult attempts, but he still walks away with the silver medal.
Nikola Nikiforov from Ukraine, 190 kilos, looking to put himself into deadlift gold ahead of Chesney, looking for all 4 golds today. Already your sub-junior 59 kilo world champion. Phenomenal final lift. And it is a good lift, 3 white lights.
I mean, as it stands, he has 4 gold medals. All subject to change with 1 attempt. He would only have 3 gold medals, and every reason to be happy about his performance today.
After missing 170 on his opener, and regaining it on his second, now jumping 20 kilos, Ryotaru Yoshioka from Japan. Seeing quite a lot of these risking 20 kilo jumps from these sub-juniors. We'll see how this pans out for him. Doesn't change his position.
And if he wanted just a slight chip on his personal best, 187.5 would have been enough. That 20 kilo jump seems like a lot, but we've been proven wrong before.
Come on, come on.
And he manages to pull it through, but I think, yeah, unfortunately there are a few infractions on his way up and just loses it on grip at the top. But a great effort.
Yeah, valiant effort, but multiple technical fouls on the way up. But realistically, maybe 15 was there, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he had nothing to lose by trying it, but it definitely would have been sweeter to end the day, you know, 10, 15 kilos more on the total. Now, looking to take the queen sweep off of the Ukrainian lifter, we have Landon Chesney from the United States. Now, he missed 197.5, and we thought smart to retake it. I think more than the deadlift gold, he's hoping for that 200 kilo milestone on the stage. And I think in his head, he thinks, if I can get 197.5, 200's not so far from it, but it wasn't easy the first time round.
I mean, at a local meet, I would have told you yes, but on the biggest stage, with a gold medal on the line, 197.5 is absolutely staying on that bar.
Big risk, big reward. Let's see if it pays out. And it's moving, and it hasn't stopped yet, but the grip looks like it's going, and unfortunately it does.
And by wanting to add 2.5, it loses out on a gold medal in the deadlift event of the 59 kilo class. He'll be crowned vice champion of the class, but no gold medals for him.
And with just 2 deadlifts remaining in this final weight class before we head through to the juniors, both Team USA. It seems that gold overall has been secured, but the fight for deadlift gold remains. And just cleaning the bar off now for the penultimate attempt. Brett Falco, who's had a phenomenal day so far, the first of the two Americans to step up to the bar. 242.5 for a 677.5 total. Your 5 kilo personal best on his total should he make this. But walks away with the overall nonetheless, unless we were to see a change from Thompson. But it seems like that would be a mistake to chase Falco at this point based on the 252. I think go for the deadlift gold.
Yeah, because he'll need to add 32.5 kilos on his opener to be above Falco. That seems like a whole lot. So why not secure deadlift gold while you secure silver overall?
Yeah, and even with this reattempt, if successful, he still gets 20 kilo on top of his personal best total. So, you know, a very strong day nonetheless. And to finish out the sub-juniors, we have Joshua Thompson from the United States, looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best on deadlift, reattempting the 252.5, and looking to pull ahead of Falco into deadlift gold. Already has squat gold, but it seems like he is not coming out for it. So
it's either he's hyping himself up in the back or he's not coming out for that one.
Yeah, it's hard to think, you know, with 30 seconds on the bar, he'd leave it. But, I mean, the only person I've seen do that before is Kimberly Wolford, and she's the only person I've seen do it successfully as well at that. So I'm just going to take a moment while we have it to thank our sponsors, Eleiko and SBD. Without them, none of this would be possible. You can see spotters and loaders and many of the athletes wearing the SBD kit. And on the platform, including the platform, we have the Eleiko kit right there, as well as Visit Malta, where is now hosting quite a lot of competitions for us, and it is quite a beautiful location at that, just like Costa Rica, a beautiful place to be. And
yeah,
that
we'll be back in Malta in 2026.
we will for the European Championships, but for now that finishes off the sub-juniors. And we head straight now into the junior lifters for their final lifts of the day.
So obviously in the lead in the 53 since alone is Kirtan, the Indian. On subtotals from the USA, leading the 59 is Mr. Caledonian with 595. It's quite a substantial lead, 17.5 above Mr. Pan. And in the 66s, we have Vamsi, the Indian, with 680. Interesting storylines nonetheless, in terms of battle for the podium in both the 59s and the 66s. And to kick the deadlifts off, we have Kirtan from India, opening with 160.
Very comfortable opener.
Just warming up on the platform, securing his title in the 53 kilo class.
197.5 kilos.
He was alone in the class, but he held his own, and he'll be crowned the 2025 IPF World Equipped Junior Champion. Now 197.5 is being loaded for Abel Chimaro from Ecuador, one of the 59s.
Loaded.
Opening pretty close to his personal best at 205 here.
Three white lights,
convincing enough. 3 white lights.
200 kilos coming from the bottom for Fabian Altavia Ortiz.
Now we're gonna load 200 kilos for someone that is unfortunately not going to be able to register a total in the competition. The Costa Rican Fabian Altavia Ortiz, who bombed out during the bench press event. But still he can compete for a deadlift medal, even though it looks maybe a bit far for him. Is he going to present himself? We're not seeing him yet.
Yeah, and it would surprise me if he just let the clock run down. It's not a particularly short flight, and so it would be very strange for him to not X out that lift.
Maybe he doesn't know that he has still the right to compete in the deadlift event. And especially like if you're on Omsul, you've bombed out, but you have 3 more attempts to go. In front of you, maybe your family, your friends, you'll still come out, right? If you're not hurt.
Yeah, you know, it's very individual to each lifter. I think, you know, it's completely fair if his decision is to not come out for it, and the clock does seem to be counting him out. But what I find a little bit more obscure, and perhaps like you said, is they're not aware of the fact, is you can choose to cancel out your attempt, which means that the rest of the competition doesn't have to wait for the whole minute. In a shorter flight, that's actually the sportsmanship-like thing to do, so they have a little bit more rest. But, you know, in a flight of 12, in a flight that's not moving particularly quickly, it's not really the known thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, the sweet spot is usually in between 8 to 10. Other than that, you want to adjust the attempt, either scratch it out or let the clock run. But now we're moving on to Bo Yuan Pan from Chinese Taipei, opening with 207.5. Quick salutes to the referees, paying respect for their duties. In the deadlift event, only one command, the down command. There it is. But I might have picked up something on... We're gonna have a look at the replay. I think he might have dropped the bar and recovered it at the bottom. Or I blinked too fast, I don't know.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, I think he might have dropped the bar and picked it up. But still, 3 white lights is on the board. Now 207.5 for Dmitry Butenko from Ukraine. The first 66 to open. Three white lights is also on the board.
Yeah, moving very well, and you know, if we're gonna see a fight in the 66s, he's definitely a contender for it. We'd have to see Vamsi make a mistake, but after his, you know, squat session, it's not impossible that could be the case. You know, another battle expected to see in the 59s as well.
But with Butenko securing his total, the next lifter out on the platform is the one he's being hunted by, Brady Price. Just 5 kilos shy of Butenko if he secures that 212.5. We're gonna have a battle for the podium in the 66s. 3 white lights for Brady Price. Next out is another 66. Antonio Chuquitarco from Ecuador. 215. For his last outing as a junior lifter.
With a personal best of 230 kilos.
The bar is
So it should all
loaded.
go well. I imagine he's pacing to get a personal best today. I think 15 kilo spread across 2 attempts is too much to ask, should this be somewhat comfortable.
Yeah, that looks effortless. 3 white lights. The total is secured.
217.5 going on the bar for Nicholas Caledonia, followed by Ramsey and Silvera.
Even on the replay, it looks fast. So now moving back into the 59s with Nicholas Caledonia opening with 217.5.
Be a big fight for the gold overall between the 2 American lifters in this flight. Not counting Pan out at all, but it certainly at the moment seems like a 2-horse race at the front.
Yeah, in between Silvera and Caledonia, but Silvera seems to be a deadlift monster. But Caledonia has the bodyweight advantage over Silvera. Both will be ending on 595, sorry, after the opener. And this one's pretty comfortable. 3 white lights, a good lift.
235 kilos going to the bar for Modern Vamsi of India, followed by Silvera and Kandekar.
Yeah, the top end is still far away for Caledonia. A quick detour by the 66 with the Modem Vamsi from India, the leader of the 66 kilo class, should he score his opener of 235 kilos.
Yeah, it's a personal best on deadlift of 250, although his PB that we had on paper here on squat wasn't completely reflective of what he had on the day. We'll see if that is different here in deadlifts, but he is in a very strong position for that overall, especially if this is to be comfortable for him. And it is fairly comfortable for him at that. 3 white lights, a good lift.
I think the Indian coaching staff and himself have learned the lesson from the squat event, not risking anything with the deadlift opener, and now playing the long game to try and secure the title above Vitenko and Price.
Yeah, and he's going to be hard to catch, especially should he make that second attempt successfully.
The bar is
Bars now
loaded.
loaded for John Silvera from the USA, 245 kilos. This one is to answer back to Caledonia, who's now in the lead of the 59 kilo class.
It's a little tough at lockout, Alex.
Yeah, not the most convincing lockout, but 3 white lights, a good lift.
And it is a very impressive lift. It's 20.5 kilos off of the world junior record. And the question now for the overall gold isn't about who can deadlift the most, it's who can make those bigger jumps, because they are so matched. So even if Caledonia has the smaller deadlift, as long as he can make those slightly bigger jumps, he's in the better position.
Yeah, it looked like he had more room and his standards were even more convincing. And as we speak, Shantanya Pandakar makes easy work of 245. A contender for deadlift gold in the 66s. And the final opener belongs to the Costa Rican Carlos Alberto Duran Sanchez, also taking 245.
The bar is loaded.
So yeah, I had a very easy squat session, completely raw, no knee sleeves or anything. And then benched classic as well. It looks like he's deadlifting classic, so he's done the whole competition completely raw, but as suspected, he's come for a deadlift gold, and that's what he's here fighting for today.
That is pretty surprising, but that deadlift is more than his subtotal.
And it is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Going into round 2, 175 on the bar for Kirsten.
It's not the expected scenario for his competition, I guess, but at least he's fighting for a medal. So as we speak, in the lead of the 59 kilo class, we have Caledonia, just because he's lighter on body weight than Silveira, but both are standing strong with 595, and in the lead of the 66s with a 20 kilo lead over his opposition is Vamsi from India. The bar is being brushed before we go straight into the second round of deadlifts with the 53 kilo champion Kirtan from India. He's jumping 15 kilos from 160 to 175, the 3 red plates. Still looking pretty easy, pretty comfortable for him. 3 white lights.
Yeah, and he's played the smart game, like we said from the very beginning. You know, he's in a position to get all 4 golds, being the only lifter in his class, and he's done so.
The bar is loaded.
The bar is now loaded for Fabian Artavia Ortiz, who has decided now that he should come out for his deadlift.
And it could have even just been a case of mistimed warm-ups as well.
So 200 kilos. A bit tough, but he lifted according to standards. 3 white lights, a good lift. But to be fair, it is difficult to stay 100% fully focused on the task at hand, to be as strong as you were in training when you know you've bombed out, you're not going to be able to register a total. And I mean, even like emotionally, it is hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
A 10 kilo jump now for Abel Chimaro from Ecuador, 207.5. That would be a 2.5 kilo personal best.
The bar is loaded.
He's a little far off of the podium overall, but with this, he will hit a 7.5 kilo total personal best. As expected, he's been PBing on everything: squat, bench, now deadlift, and total so far.
A slight windmill at the top, but manages to lock it out. 3 white lights.
220 kilos on the bar for
But he's limping off the platform. Yeah, it might be a tough ask, asking him for a 3rd attempt after this one. But we'll see later on in about 10 minutes time. For now, it is Bo Yuan Pan from Chinese Taipei, jumping 12.5 kilos to 220.
The bar is loaded.
In a pretty comfortable position of bronze overall, but not a million miles off of Caledonia and Silveira, and they're going to be pushing each other and perhaps forgetting to look behind them.
And in the 59 kilo class, 4 of the 5 lifters can aim for a medal position in the deadlift event, so everything's yet to be determined. And once again, he kind of drops the bar and picks it back up. I don't know if you've picked it up, Amelia. Have a look at the replay. He drops the bar, then picks it back up.
The bar is loaded. Caledonia, Chopitarco, be ready.
Yeah, it's very, very close to being an infraction there. It's very dangerous and needs to hope he doesn't open his hands any earlier than that.
Yeah, I mean, if he pulls for like a silver medal or a bronze medal in the third round but gets yellow lighted, he's going to be mad at himself because that's very avoidable. In the meantime, Dmitro Butenko fights for 223 white lights.
Yeah, it's a lovely attempt. And with Pan, you know, that was, bar that, a lovely attempt with plenty left in the tank. And like I said, in a pretty good position to put some pressure on Team USA.
And talking about pressure, the next lifter out, Amelia, is Nicholas Caledonia from the USA. The man in the lead, lighter on body weight than his fellow American Silvera. He's jumping 10 kilos, that makes it 227.5 for 605. That would be 2.5 below what Silvera will pull. He needs to play his own game now and securing attempts after attempts. That was the right move for a second attempt. 3 white lights. Now let's get some more baby powder onto those thighs and fight for a third. He'll know what he needs to load.
Yeah, and what Alex means there is often the white powder you'll see on lifters' legs is baby powder opposed to what you see on the hands, which is chalk. Not a mix-up you want to make. The baby powder will make it more slippery to help the bar move up your leg. And the chalk will help make it less slippery to help keep the bar in your hands. So definitely don't mix the two of those up.
Bar is loaded.
Bars now loaded for Antoni Chuquitarco from Ecuador, jumping 15 kilos to 30. That is his current personal best in competition. More of a fight, but that is to be expected for a match personal best. 3 white lights. 5 more attempts in the second round of deadlifts for the juniors, 53s, 59s, and 66s. The placings are gonna be shaken up by those 5 attempts. Now we have Brady Price from the USA, 232.5. This wants to go from 6th to 4th in the deadlift event, but from 3rd to 2nd overall in the class.
Yeah, definitely one of the tighter battles we've had so far here in the 66s and the 59s. He makes this look convincing. He can push for that silver easily.
3 white lights, a good lift, but everything was more difficult. Locking out the knees, the hips, and the shoulders. They'll need to be very careful with what they load for the third. Now into the man in the lead. Almost untouchable now. Especially should he pull this one. Modem Vamsi from India, 245 kilos.
Oh, that is a tough lockout, but manages to do so. I was worried there might be some infractions. Alex, tell me what those blues are for.
I think he's getting called for downwards movement because I haven't seen any supporting on the thighs, but it was not clear to see from afar. Now with the replay, the referees are proven to be right. The bar did dip, so no lift for Mbassi. But I don't think that opens the door because Mr. Brady Price has only
The bar
put in
is loaded.
240 kilos, but that is subject to change because it is a third deadlift, and you can change your third deadlift twice. Now, Shintanya Pandekar jumping 10 kilos, his 245 was very convincing. It's pretty much the same scenario, the exact same attempt in terms of speed and technique. 3 white lights.
Going on the bar for John Silvera, followed by Duran Sanchez and Kirtan.
Next lifter are from the USA, John Silvera, 257.5. This wants to, for the time being, surpass Caledonia by 2.5 kilos. He needs that 2.5 kilos because he's heavier than Caledonia.
Yeah, and I've got to say, Caledonia's second attempt and first attempt was a little bit more convincing. Silvera's opener looked quite tough, so we'll see what 12.5 kilos does here for him. Could have just been some nerves trying to secure that total. Could have been the suit in a bit of an uncomfortable position. We'll have to see.
But I mean, with the shirt around the shoulders being puffed out like that, it does not look like a great sight for his lockout. Look at this. Since the shirt is puffed out, it looks worse than it actually is. But 3 white lights, a good lift. But if I'm the coach, I'm pulling the shirt back for the last attempt. Don't give any sort of optical illusion that you're not locked out, especially when you are playing for the title.
Yeah, and it definitely makes the job harder for Caledonia, but still heading into that third round, they're so close.
Final attempt in the second round. It is the hometown hero, apparently, Carlos Alberto Duran Sanchez, 257.5, provisional gold in the class.
Yeah, and a big personal best should he make this. And I'm wondering if he met or beat that command.
I think he knew. He tried to sell the lift, but he lost balance at the top. I mean, that's what you want to try to do. If you're unsure, he gets a white, so it almost worked.
Yeah, it is worth trying to sell it, but he spent almost no time in that lockout position, so it's hard to convince those referees.
He'll get another shot at it and another shot at deadlift gold in the 66 kilo class during the third round. We're gonna have a battle for the title in the 59s, and by the looks of it, someone is going to attempt a world record in the deadlift event in India. 266 for Silvera. So keep that in mind because it is subject to change depending on what Caledonia can pull. But for now, opening the third round is Kirtan from India, the champion of the 53 kilo class. He's not opting to go for his personal best, but he's only 5 kilos shy of it. He might have been there. 3 white lights, a solid day for the champion.
215 kilos going on the bar for Abel Primado of Ecuador.
He squatted 170, bench pressed 105. He walks away with 165 in the deadlift event. That makes it 460 in total, and all 4 gold medals. Next out on the platform is Abel Chimaro from Ecuador. 215. That would be a 7.5 kilo personal best, but that won't change his ranking in the class.
But looking at the lifting order, some pretty exciting deadlifts to come by the looks of things. We'll have to wait until we get there, but shaping up to be quite an exciting first session.
It was going to be a tough ask after the windmill of his second attempt.
Yeah, I think just took it out of him trying to keep that core stabilized on that windmill on that second attempt. And I think, you know, to perhaps someone slightly newer to powerlifting, it would have been something hard to spot, but obviously as a coach yourself, and two of us who've probably watched more powerlifting than most people, it was something that we noticed.
So now next lifter out is Fabian Artavia Ortiz. Is this time a placeholder or a clock runner, or is he going to come out to try and pull 225?
Bar is loaded.
It is looking like he's chalk in his hands now, so he's preparing himself to come out. And he has opted for knee wraps. That's a first for me. I've seen sleeves for deadlifts, but never seen knee wraps.
Yeah, and I imagine that's just to get a bit of a spring from that hinged position off of the floor, but it's certainly obscure. We'll see if it works out for him.
Interesting jutsu, but not working. But he seems to be in good spirit. He deadlifted 200.
You know, I've seen knee sleeves before to kind of try and hide the soft knees. That's definitely not what this was for, because it's hard to straighten your legs in them. And I've seen wrist wraps to try and help with grit, but this as well as used, it's a first.
The next lifter out is Dmytro Butenko from Ukraine. He's jumping 10 kilos for the same amount of a personal best. 230 kilos is loaded. This wants to stay in 6th position in the deadlift event, but to go from 3rd to provisional silver medal in the class. He's in a very close battle with Pondekar and Bryce. So it's a 3-way battle for silver medal in the 66 kilo class, and one of them is going to be out of the podium. Is that good enough for the referees? 2-1, a good lift, but a blue card on the left hand side, so that could be for both downwards movements, which I didn't pick up live, or supporting on the thighs. And I think that's what's to be signaled here. Is it going to be enough to get overturned? I am not sure. So is in provisional silver medal position, but not even guaranteed on the podium yet.
Yeah, like we said, the 59 kilo class and the 66 kilo class pretty tight at the end of today, and we said it's really anybody's game, especially in equipped, until you get to those last deadlifts.
Now the last deadlift of Nicholas Caledonia. He's jumping 5 kilos to retake the lead over Silvera John. I mean, it's maybe a safe bet only jumping 5 kilos, but maybe he knows what he has in stores. He knows that John Silvera is subject to maybe missing. So this one could already determine the title.
Manages to hold on to it. That is a good lift. 3 white lights, and I'm wondering if we'll see a change from the other side of Team USA. And we have seen a temp change come in. Is it from United States? It's got to be. You've got to imagine it's Silvera. He currently has in the world record 266, I imagine, as a placeholder, but it doesn't look like it was him who changed. It was Pan who changed.
So now it's not going to be Pan, it's going to be Brady Price in the 66s. He's looking at pulling 240 kilos. That would be a 2.5 kilo personal best. He would climb up a position in the deadlift event, provisional bronze, but more importantly, a provisional silver medal in the 66 kilo class.
Yeah, 2 pulls for the win coming in the 59 kilo class, and we did say that the 2 Americans will probably be so focused on each other they'll forget him, and here he is. It's a big jump though, and I said, you know, I see this a lot with Chinese Taipei, and let's see if it's successful for him.
Pretty much every pull is going to be interesting, and he's going to shake up the rankings, so Pan will lift in about 2 attempts right after Antoni Chukitarko, but for now it is Brady Price trying to secure himself onto the podium. The 66 kilo class. Come on!
This is for the silver.
Is that locked out enough?
And it's 3 white lights.
The refs on the platform are unanimous. 3 white lights. Brady Price will be on the podium of the 66 kilo class. But what position would it be? Silver or bronze? That is yet to be determined. Another attempt change just came in. Who's it for?
242.5 for Pan Bovian.
It is not for Boyuan Pan.
This is the move from third to
No, but we've seen a lot of temp changes, and actually Chaitanya and Pan both have used 2 of their changes, which means they cannot change again.
So the lifter that is coming up now is Boyuan Pan from Chinese Taipei. He's jumping 22.5. That would be a massive personal best in total in the deadlift event. This wants to go from 3rd to 2nd in the deadlift event, but more importantly from 3rd to 1st in the 59 kilo class. Was he a sleeper in the class? The Americans were focused on each other. He was in the hunt all day long, all flight long. Does he have that monstrous deadlift in store for us?
The whole day in silent pursuit of the Americans, and that may have worked in his favor. Wow! It looks like it has.
And that is
3 white lights and provisional goal in the 59 kilo class. So Caledonia knows he's not going to be crowned champion, but Silvera can still pull for gold. So for now, in the 59s, it is Pan, Caledonia and Silvera, but Silvera is yet to pull.
And he is the heaviest of the 3. We still haven't seen them put an attempt change in. They can drop it. They have a bit of wiggle room to be able to do so. Not by much.
Wow. Antoni Chuquitarco from Ecuador pulling 242.5. This is to go from 5th to 3rd in the deadlift event. Provisional bronze medal. That left knee caved in, made it so difficult, but it still manages to lock it out. So 3 white lights and provisional bronze medal in the deadlift event. But we have Moden Vamsi to answer the call right after that 242 pull. This will give him 2nd position overall. No, 1st position overall, 2nd position in the deadlift event. He's quite far of his 730. His PB, his best performance ever in competition. I mean, 690 on the line with that pull.
And the bar is loaded.
Bar loaded from Moden and Vamsi. See what the champion can do. Can he grab a medal in the deadlift event? Right now he's in 5th position in the deadlift event. This one for silver.
Come on.
And I'm not sure it was up to the standards. No, 2-1, a no lift downwards movement right at the knees. So 680 it is. No deadlift medal, but gold in the squat events.
262.5 on the
Gold
bar.
overall.
Alberto Duran Sanchez of Costa Rica.
3 more deadlifts to go. All 3 deadlifts being for something. This one is for deadlift gold in the 66 kilo class. Carlos Alberto 262.5. He missed 257.5. He's going up anyway.
Yeah, he just lost balance just before he got that down command, so he needs to hold on to it a microsecond longer, really. But can he do so with more weight on the bar?
Carlos, you don't meet the command, you welcome it, you wait for it. Lock it out, stay up there. Much better. Much better. 3 white lights and provisional gold in the 66 kilo class. Guaranteed silver if Pendekar manages his last attempt. But for now, gold it is. 2 more deadlifts to go, Emilia. We've seen an attempt change. Obviously, they dropped slightly the attempt.
Yeah, it's weird. They've dropped from 266 to 265. Like I said, 265 is the smidgen lower that they needed. But, you know, it feels like it's not much in a kilo, but I understand why they've done it. It's the gold they want more than the world record, and it's better to have a gold and no world record than no world record and no gold.
Absolutely. I mean, quick math, pretty easy to understand. I'm right here with you. So 265 it is for John Silvera, USA. He already has deadlift gold. He's attempting to go from third in the class to first. He's the last one to pull. No one can overtake him after this full 265, 7.5 kilo jump. It's only a 2.5 kilo personal best for him. Is he strong enough? Can he lock it out? The answer in just a few seconds. The title is on the line in the 59 kilo class.
Oh, and it is too much. The Americans have lost the battle to Chinese Taipei, and as predicted, maybe their eyes too focused on each other and not quite on those behind them.
I mean, I plead guilty because I did not see Pan coming. He destroyed his personal best deadlift by 20 kilos. That was tough to guess. Wow, props to him. And now one final pull for Chaitanya Pandekar from India. This wants to go from second to first in the deadlift event. So deadlift gold on the line. That won't change his ranking. He's going to be fourth in the 66 kilo class. That will also destroy his personal best.
Both in deadlift and total.
His registered PB deadlift 257.5. That's 15 kilos above. It lifted off the ground, and you can hear the Costa Rican happy. Not happy that he missed, but happy that they are collecting deadlift gold.
Yeah, particularly when Duran Sanchez came in with a questionable raw squat, definitely less than he's capable of. You know, his bench a little lower than the rest of the team, rest of competitors, but incredible.
So collecting deadlift gold in the 53s, Captain from India, deadlift gold in the 59s, Boyu and Pan from Chinese Taipei with 242.5, and deadlift gold for the 66s, Carlos Alberto Duran Sanchez 262.5. Final placings, obviously in the 53s, Captain from India is the champion with 460. Third in the 59s, we have John Silvera from the USA, vice champion Nicholas Caldonia with 610. And right above him from Chinese Taipei, Bo Yuan-Tan with 612.5 is the 59 kilo equipped junior champion. In the 66th the podium, third Dmitro Butenko from Ukraine. Right above him, but lighter on body weight, Brady Price from the USA, 677.5, 2.5 kilos above him, a very stacked podium with 680, the champion, Modem Vamsi.
Yeah, what an incredible start to the competition, and we'll head through to the medal ceremony now and rejoin you at 2 p.m. local time for the 43 kilo through 57 kilo equipped sub-junior and junior women. We'll catch you there.
President Hall, and Honey Smith. In the 53 kilo sub-juniors for the squat event, in third place with 145 kilos, Braden Hollier of the United States. In the 53 kilo sub-juniors in the squat, in third place, Braden Hoy of the United States of America, 145 kilos. In second place, Ashton Wright of the United States with 147.5 kilos. And in first place, Juan Bogo of Ecuador with 187.5. Congratulations, gentlemen, thank you. In the bench press in the 53 kilo category, in third place with 85 kilos, Braden Hoye of the USA. In second place, with 87.5 kilos, Ashton Wright of the USA. And in first place, with 110 kilos, Juan Borgo of Ecuador. Thank you once again, gentlemen. Congratulations. And for the deadlift, with 167.5 in third place, Braden Hollier of USA. With 170 kilos, Ashton Wright, USA. And in first place on the deadlift, with 180 kilos, Juan Borgo of Ecuador. Congratulations for a third time, gentlemen. And for the overall podium, we have Braden Hollier of USA with 397.5 in bronze medal position. Ashton Wright with 405 in silver medal position. And Juan Borgo of Ecuador with 477.5, your world sub-junior champion. Everybody please stand up for the Ecuadorian national anthem. Congratulations once again. In the 59 kilo sub juniors, in the squat, second place, Landon Chesney of the United States of America with 185 kilos. And in first place, with a squat gold with 202.5, Nikola Nikiforov of Ukraine. Congratulations. In the bench press event, Landon Chesney of the United States of America with 112.5 kilos in silver place. And Nikola Nikiforov of Ukraine with 147.5 in gold medal position. Congratulations. For the deadlift, in silver position with 182.5, Landon Chesney. And in gold position with 190 kilos, Nikola Nikiforov of Ukraine. Congratulations, and in total, the silver medal position, the title of the vice champion goes to Landon Chesney with 480 kilos. And with 540 kilos, the title of the sub-junior world champion goes to Nikola Nikiforov of Ukraine. Please stand up for the Ukrainian national anthem. Congratulations, gentlemen. Now for the 66 kilo sub juniors in the squat. In third place with 200 kilos, Ryotaro Yoshioka of Japan. In second place with 255 kilos, Brad Falco of the USA. And your squad gold medalist with 265 kilos, Joshua Thompson of the USA. Thank you, athletes. Congratulations. In the bench press, in first position with 90 kilos, Ryotaro Yoshioka of Japan. In second place with 145 kilos, Joshua Thompson of the USA. And your bench press gold medalist, Brad Falco of the USA with 180 kilos. Thank you. For the deadlift, in bronze medal position with 170 kilos, Ryotaro Yoshioka of Japan. In second place with 232.5, Joshua Thompson of the United States of America. And your deadlift gold medalist with 237.5, Brad Falco of the United States of America. Congratulations, gentlemen. Now for the total. In third place with 460 kilos, Ryotaro Yoshioka of Japan. In second place with 642.5 kilos, Joshua Thompson of the USA. And your 66 kilo sub-junior world champion, Brad Falco of the United States of America, 672.5 kilos. Please stand for the U.S. national anthem. Congratulations. Moving on into the junior categories with a clean sweeping 53 kilo class. Kirtan of India with a gold medal in the squat with 167 kilos. A gold medal in the bench press with 105 kilos. A gold medal also in the deadlift with 185 kilos. And your 53 kilo world junior champion with 460 kilos. Congratulations. Please stand up for the Indian national anthem. Thank you, congratulations. In the 59 kilo juniors category, In the squat event with 220 kilos, John Silvera in bronze position. In silver position in the squat with 222.5, Boywan Pan. And in squat gold position with 225, Nicholas Caledonia. Congratulations, gentlemen. In the bench press event, in bronze medal position with 145, Abel Timara of Ecuador. In silver medal position with 147.5, Boywan Pan. And in bench press gold with 152.5, Nicholas Caledonia. In the deadlift, in third place with 232.5, Nicholas Caledonia of the United States of America. In second place with 242.5, Boywan Pan of Chinese Taipei. And your deadlift gold medalist, John Silvera of the United States of America with 287.5. And now in the total results with 607.5 in bronze medal position, John Silvera of the United States. Your vice champion at 610 kilos, Nicholas Caledonia of the United States. And your 59-year-old junior world champion, Boywan Pan of Chinese Taipei with 612.5 kilos. Congratulations, gentlemen. Please stand up for the Taipei national anthem. Thank you, congratulations.
Yes. 1, 2.
In the 66 kilo junior categories, in the squat event with 260 kilos, the bronze medal goes to Brady Price. The silver medal with 285 goes to Petro Butenko. And the gold medal in the squat with 300 kilos goes to Molen Ramsey. Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations. In the bench press event, the bronze medal with 162.5 goes to Petro Butenko. the same way, the lighter body weight, the silver medal goes to Anthony Chupitarco of Ecuador. And your bench press gold medal, 177.5, goes to Brady Rice. Thank you, gentlemen. In the deadlift, with 242.5, the bronze medal goes to Anthony Chupitarco. With 255, the silver medal goes to Tanya Pandeka. And with 262.5, the deadlift gold medal goes to Carlos Alberto Duran Sanchez. Congratulations, gentlemen, thank you. And for the total, in third place with 677.5, Dmitro Budenko of Ukraine. Your vice champion on 677.5 on bodyweight, Brady Price of the United States of America. And your 66 kilo junior world champion on 680 kilos, Modem Ramsey of India. Please stand for the Indian national anthem. Congratulations again.